Oh my giddy aunt. We got there in the end. Thank you to those of you who have stayed around. Sorry, we were supposed to be underway a quarter of an hour ago. For some reason, it was not letting me start the stream. I don't know, I'm no good at this stuff. Hopefully we are live now. So let me get in the chat and let me know if you can hear me and all's going well. We're back. Good. Good. I do apologise for that. Thank you for sticking around. Like I say, yeah, an abortive start. My dramatic entrance has it's been ruined. I had it all planned out, but I'm going to say it anyway. The polls have closed in Makerfield as of quarter of an hour ago, so not quite as dramatic as it was going to be if we started bang on the money. But here we are. Look, I wasn't expected to be doing another live stream quite this soon after the May the 7th, but here we are. We enjoyed it last time. And hello, yeah, I'm glad you're all getting in the chat. Thank you very much. Good to see you all, and hoping we have as much fun this time as we did last time. I don't know what time the result is definitely going to come in. I've seen between 4 and 5 a.m, so we could be in for the long haul here. In some questionable bit of decision making, I didn't have much sleep last night either, so I'm going to be flagging by then if we do get that far. Hello from Australia. Hello, good evening. Last time when we did the overnight stream, we had quite a few people from abroad, so maybe get an international audience once again. Right, so we will start off by talking about Makerfield. You may notice something on the screen is a bit new, and we are going to talk about that because, like I just said, we're going to have a bit of time to kill. So right, everything's got a bit skew because of that abortive start. So let me I've got to very quickly sign into my YouTube account so that I can have everything in the right place. So just give me a little moment while I do that. This is about the 7th time I've done this in the while I was trying to get it all working. So just bear with 1 sec. How are we all doing today? Have we got anybody from Makerfield in the chat? That would be the interesting thing to know. And if you are, how did you vote, if you don't mind saying? We will do a poll in a minute as well as to who you guys think is going to win, of course. But let me just get this set up first. Sorry, guys. I obviously should have tested this before, but having done one live stream and it all went, or 2 live streams and it all went very well, I obviously consider myself to be the expert, and I will learn from my hubris. I shan't make that mistake again in future. Right. Okay. I think we're getting back in the game here. Good. Right. Okay. So we're all signed in. I think we're all good. So we'll talk about Makerfield for starters then, seeing as that is the main event. We do have a handful of by-elections this evening as well, as you know, so we'll talk about those as well. But firstly, look, there'll be news that comes out in the next hour or 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, I don't know. There'll be, the first thing we'll probably see is turnout is high, turnout is low. 52% last time, remember. So that'll be the first thing we hear. And then there will be Seamus voted. Very good. Keeping his cards close to his chest, but that's absolutely fine. We will then get murmurings of all, Reform are actually doing quite well there, or Reform aren't doing as well there, or whatever it might be. So there's going to be hopefully there'll be a few twists and turns over the night, if it goes all the way to 4 a.m. Otherwise, it's going to be a long evening if it is quite a straightforward affair. Here's Polly Market. So look, the gamblers are pretty sure that Andy Burnham's got this one in the bag, 93%. Now, that has, in all fairness, ticked down 1% since I looked earlier. It was 94%. But, yeah, look, it seems like most people seem to think Andy Burnham probably will win this. My gut feeling is that he will as well. I think that he will win by 4 to 8 points. Obviously Reform in second. Restore's the unknown quantity. I don't know what Restore will get. I honestly, to me, they could get 12% and that would be a stunning result, or they could get 5% or even 4% lose their deposit. I really don't know. They are an unknown quantity, so that's gonna be interesting. We'll keep our eye on this because as news breaks, as things come out, and we'll be on X. Here we are on X over here. If it loads, there we go. Also, there you go. There's a bit of news already. Look, 3 minutes out. Politics UK. The feelings inside Labour and Reform as polls close in on the Makerfield by-election. Labour are feeling good, but we knew this would be a tough fight. Reform UK say we feel very good. Our vote has turned out. We'll get our highest ever by-election percentage. So there you go. They're both quite bullish at the start of the evening. Look, there's obviously a little bit of strategy that goes into these things. Are they always totally honest? Well, no. But generally speaking, if there is a party that feels that they haven't done enough, they start doing expectation management now. So, look, both of these think that they're in the fight. So that's quite interesting. Reform, at least for now, think that they have a decent chance, but Labour's message is more bullish there. They say they're feeling good, and they knew it'd be a tough fight. I mean, for Fair Reform say they feel very good, and they're confident their vote has turned out. But this little addendum to the end here, we'll get our highest ever by-election percentage. Is that expectation management? Is that the silver medal? You know, look, we didn't win, but we got our highest ever by-election percentage. Is that the twist that they're going for there? Maybe, but we'll keep our eye on X. If you haven't already, and if you are an X user, shameless plug, please do go and follow me, Election Watch, on X, or at elect_watch UK. I have to admit, I still don't use it as much as I should, really. I'm trying to get in the habit of posting on them more often, but I'm a busy man, and I don't necessarily it slips my mind to do this in between doing the videos as well. But yeah, we got over 1,300, almost 1,400 subscribers over there now, or followers, sorry. So yeah, we'll keep our eye on that, and do give me a nudge in the chat as and when you guys hear stuff on X or anywhere else for that matter. Is it reality? Thank you very much for the super chat. I think that's the first one of the night, unless I've missed one. I'll check in a minute. Coffee, beer, energy drinks, takeaway fund. Yeah, thank you very much. I've got monsters in the fridge. They're ready to go. I hope you guys are tanked up with or stocked up with your caffeine as well. I do have another one. That's from the Welsh Reformer, super chat as well. Hope all's well. 2 Scottish by-elections as well. Yes, you're right. There are 2 in Scotland as well. We will talk about those as they come in. I don't think it's going to be too much, really. I think it's going to be 2 SNP wins. The Tories might run them close in Aberdeen South, but I think the SNP will probably win both of them. Good. So how are we all? How is things? And I think we should get a poll going, shouldn't we? The first one of the evening. So starting a poll, and I think we'll just go with a quite simple: who will win? And I'm going to go with, I'm going to do Labour, I'm going to do Reform, and because I know some of my dear viewers are big fans, I'm going to put Restore as well. And there we go. Right, poll's coming out. Get involved in the chats. Get voting. Let me know what you think is going to happen this evening. Look, whatever happens, it's going to be a consequential night, and this is going to be the most consequential by-election probably in modern British history, to be honest with you. I think you know, if Burnham wins, that's new Prime Minister. If Reform win, then that's obviously Burnham's career basically finished. But also, if Reform win, that kind of, I suppose it dents the Restore momentum, doesn't it? Goose Springsteen, thank you very much for the super chats. Loving the interaction early on here. Thank you for another great stream, mate. I can't help but feel Kenyon should have given a stronger apology for his past comments. Luke Trill says the sexism keeps coming up with women in focus groups. Yeah. Well, look, I made a point, didn't I, on one of my videos? And I'm not making excuses for things that he said, but I find it a little bit disappointing these days that social media plays such a large part in sort of the assessment of people. Look, it's been around now for a good 20 years. I kind of grew up with it through school personally. And look, there's definitely things on Facebook that I've put over the years that if I look back on it now, if I were reminded of it now in my early 30s, I'll be like, oh, what on earth was I talking about there? You know, if it's not, we're not necessarily all saying incriminating things, but a lot of us have said embarrassing things, and it's just this constant blemish on our records, isn't it, really? You know, you used to be able to just be a kid and say things that kids say, but now it's out there on the internet for all to see. And to be fair, the parents are probably right, weren't they, when they said be careful what you put out there? But did we listen, or did I listen? No. So yeah. But you are right. Yeah, it's true. The social media stuff early in the campaign, I think, was a bit of an anchor around the Roll Kenyon campaign, wasn't it? Early doors. So there we go. Right. So we've chatted a bit about Makerfield. Like I said, we're going to be waiting until some news comes in. I expect it will be until we get proper news. I expect 2 hours at least. I reckon I wouldn't be surprised if the turnout figure is, well, I suppose maybe not actually. I was going to say around midnight, but maybe not if they're expecting at 4 a.m. Yeah, so it's going to be a while probably till we hear any concrete news. We'll keep scanning X. But before we do that, I've got a bit of a treat for you. If you tuned into this live stream, I want to debut something tonight, and I'm very excited about it, and I hope you will be too. So it's the screen we started on, which is right here, and so this is something I've been working on for a few weeks, well, a few months actually. And it's very much in its infancy. This is the first live version of it. Like I said, I've been working on it for a long time, but this is the first time I'm showing it on the channel, as you guys will know. And I'm calling this the Election Watch Hub. And so at the moment, it's in a very basic stage. The ambition is for this to be quite a bit more comprehensive and interactive. And at the moment, this is running on my computer. It's a locally run thing. But again, the ambition is that this will be a website that you guys can go and use yourselves and interact with and all that. Now, like I say, this is in its infancy. It's not totally finished yet. You can see a lot of grey on the map. For example, if we just go and hover on Somerset here, it's grey and says no overall control there because I haven't put the data in yet. So, if there's any of you in the chat tonight who helped me do my spreadsheet for the local elections in May, well, that spreadsheet has now been expanded. It was just all the councils electing this year. Now it's been expanded out to every council in the UK. So England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. I don't know how much Northern Ireland coverage will really do, to be honest with you, but certainly England, Wales, and Scotland, every single council, every single ward, including county councils as well, so wards and divisions, they're all in this spreadsheet. It's over 9,000 rows of data, and so it's not all complete yet. It's going to take a little while because this is manual entry still. So that's phase one, getting all the data in, and then it will be a complete map. But at the moment, as you can see, we've got a decent amount done. What I would like this to become is essentially this will be the heart and soul of sort of Election Watch. It was great using election maps for so long. Their website is brilliant. You should go and check them out, Election Maps UK. But I wanted something that was mine because I can have control over it. If Election Maps changes their website and it doesn't work for my videos, there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. So I wanted something for my own. But more than that, the grand ambition of the channel, sorry, I'm waffling on here, but the grand ambition of the channel is that we can, as a community, get a bit more engagement in politics because too many people have fallen out of love with it. And if we can do something that makes it a bit more interactive, maybe even a bit more fun, a bit more engaging, that would be really, really cool. So the idea is that this website, or will become a website in future, will be something that you can all use free of charge, and invite other people to come and get involved with it too. So I'm going to take on a tour in a minute. Bear in mind this is version 1.0 in its infancy, but this is kind of yours now. This is the community's. I'm putting it out there. I've done the initial groundwork. I've got some ideas in my head of what we're going to do, what I would like to do with it. But I want to see your ideas as well. So do get in the live chat with some ideas about what you would like to see as we go through this. And also, if you're watching afterwards, or even if you're here now, it's worth coming back to the video and leaving a comment with what you would like to see on the map, because it's probably more likely they'll see that, to be honest with you. Because I'm still operating on one screen tonight, by the way, so I'm having to switch back between this and the chat because I haven't been looking at the chat for the last 5 minutes. So hopefully it's all working, this map. So we're going to have a quick look now. So this is an overview of all the councils in the UK. So there's two tabs. This is the borough councils and district councils and unitary councils, and then on this one we have the county councils as well, and the unitaries are also on this one too. So there's two different maps there. So we got, like I said, every ward, every division across England, Wales, and Scotland. That's the higher level. If we were to then zoom in, let's just go into London. If we can click on a council, we're going to go to Camden, which has come up at random. It zooms in, and then you see the ward levels. So this is all of the wards in London. Now already there's something on here that should be showing up, but it's not. There should be a blue outline for each of the local authorities at the ward level to make it easier to see which council's which. But anyway, that's not working. I can fix that afterwards tomorrow. But as you hover over each of these wards, you'll see the ward name. The ward is coloured in the colour of the party who I think last won the election. And then the bottom bit is the colour of the council control. So Camden is Labour controlled, therefore Camden comes up in red, and the top bit's in red because the Labour Party won it. If we click on one of these wards, it will bring up, hopefully, the last election data, and there we go. We can see it. So it tells us, and you'll be familiar with this because I've been using these kind of dashboards for the by-election roundup videos. There's a few extra items on here. So it gives us the result from that last election, which you can see was the 7th of May. And shows us obviously the vote shares, shows us the majority down the bottom. I've added in actually the last few days because somebody asked, which is a good idea, add in the actual raw vote numbers after the vote share percentage, which is a good point. And then to back that up, also a majority counted down the bottom here. So you can see that Labour won. Labour won, they got 45% of the vote, and they had a majority of 500 votes, which was only 5 points ahead of the Green Party. So you can see it's quite a slim majority there, just the other side of the midway point. The biggest swing, now the swingometer obviously came with the first iteration of this dashboard. And it divided opinion in the community 50-50 really. Some people wanted it to stay, some people wanted it gone. I decided to give it a cull, but it's come back, although this isn't really a swing meter. It says biggest swing. It's not really swing, because this is just it's just showing the party that has either the largest move, basically. So if in this case it's the Greens were the largest, going up by 25 points. If it had been Labour going down 30 points, then that would have been shown on there. So it's not really a swing. This is more of a linear movement, whereas a swing obviously is party A to party B, which this isn't showing. But it's a bit of fun. Turnout, obviously you're familiar with that. And down the bottom, again, the current seats of the ward. So Labour have got all 3, and you can see at that election in May, they held on to all 3 of those seats, and the vote share changed percentages. You've seen this, no change there, but you can see the biggest swing up here on the right is just showing you which is the largest movement on these bars, basically. So that's where we're at the moment with all this. It's a shame that the boundaries aren't working, because when you're zoomed in, it's remarkably difficult to tell where one council ends and the other begins. So I'm sorry that that's not quite working as intended. So that's the main overview of it. And then the thing we're going to be using quite a lot on the channel is the by-election toggles down the bottom here. So we've got by-election roundup and future by-elections. So let's go future by-elections, because there's a whole host of future by-elections next week. So you can see all of these. So the map's gone black now, and the ones that are pulsing in that blue colour are the councils where there will be a by-election happening next week. So there's a couple up in Scotland, a load more in Wales again, and across England as well. So then if we click on one of these, let's just go into Uttlesford, zoom into Uttlesford, and then the ward that's got the by-election also is highlighted in this blue colour. And so then we can go and have a look at that. And this is where I'll do the future by-election stuff from. So this will load up the last election. On this one, you can discount the swing because there's no previous vote share data in there yet for Uttlesford. I've only got the last election that was in 2023. But here you go. Here's the result for Uttlesford. So we can do a preview on Uttlesford now. The Liberal Democrats won it quite comfortably. Interestingly, of course, this is a Reform heartland territory these days in Essex. So they got 5.7% in May 2023. I'd expect that to improve quite significantly. But whether or not they beat the Lib Dems is a different kettle of fish, but the Tories will probably might find themselves not in second place in this one. So there you are. That's all the tools really, and the by-election roundup is the exact same. So these are the ones that we're waiting for tonight, and it all works the exact same way. The ones pulsing, obviously, the councils where there's a by-election happening, and then, for example, in Wales, there's more than one in most of these councils, as you know, if you watched the video yesterday. So there you go. There's the 2 right at the top of Wales in Conwy. Those 2 wards up there are having an election tonight. So there it is. It's been a lot of work with AI, I have to say, because I'm not a coder by any stretch of the imagination. Let me know what you think of it all. And like I say, this is kind of yours now. This is I'd like this to become a community thing, curating this together and building in features that you guys would like to see, because it's going to be for you, basically. The other thing I should have mentioned is that again, an ambition for this is that hopefully by next year, which might be a bit ambitious, maybe if not next year, then 2028, for the May elections next year, what I'd like is for us to be able to use this. And I'm hoping to be able to get some form of automation in place for next year. The volunteers who helped me in the spreadsheet were absolutely phenomenal. They did such a wonderful job, and it wouldn't have been possible without them that evening. But hoping if I can get some automation in, it will obviously just make things a lot easier, a lot less work, and then we can maybe have a little live feed going on the left-hand side of the screen here. It would come up saying, this seat Labour Reform gain from someone, or Conservative gain, whatever, and then it can also come up with council control changes and stuff as well. That would be cool. But yeah, look, that's the ambition for it. Goose Springsteen with another super chat. Thank you, mate. I think Harold Wilson partly blamed England's ejection from the 1970 World Cup for his loss to Ted Heath in that year's general election. I wonder who, if anyone, politically benefits from the England win yesterday. Good question. Did we watch the foot? It was very good. I have to say, like all rational England fans, which is all of us, at half-time I said, no, pack it up, go home. This is a waste of time. We'll be out by the end of the group stage. And by the full-time whistle, I was convinced it's coming home. So, yeah. Yeah, it was a good game. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the second half anyway. Right, how's the poll doing down the bottom here? Why can't I see that poll? Oh, there we go. 40-40 Reform and Labour for you guys so far. 20% of you think that Restore will win. It's had just under 400 votes in the last 12 minutes, which is cool. Just keep getting in that poll. Let me know who you think is going to win this by-election this evening. 500 of you watching. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. Look, this is a big evening. It's an important evening. Like I said, if Burnham wins, which seems likely at the moment, I think I just saw the Welsh Reformer tell me that turnout reportedly high. Okay, interesting. Thank you, Welsh Reformer. That's not surprising. It was 52% turnout last time. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see, won't it? Let's have a quick look, actually, and see what was... I wonder. I meant to look this up earlier, and I didn't. Basically, I don't prepare for things, as you can probably tell. I want to see what the electorate is in Makerfield, if it tells me on here. So registered voters in Makerfield was 76,845 last time, and that was with a 52.4% turnout. 845. Oh, hang on, I'm doing a bit of maths, not in my head, I'll have you know. I've done the wrong maths, bear with. So 76,845 electors. So that means that each 1% increase in the turnout is worth about 768 votes. And last time Labour won with a majority of, I'm sure it tells us that here somewhere. It doesn't, but let's have a look. So they got 18,200, Reform got 12,800. So 5,500 roughly, 5,500. So look, I mean, it's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? Because if this were any generic Labour candidate, then Reform would probably win this. It wouldn't be that exciting. Reform would probably win this pretty comfortably, but it isn't. And of course, I think the unfortunate thing for Reform in this by-election is that they just come off the back of a very successful local election campaign where their tagline was "Vote Reform, get Starmer out," and they were absolutely, you know, that's the message they drove home. This by-election, which has come hot on the heels of that, is actually Vote Burnham, get Starmer out, because I think Starmer's cooked anyway, but if you vote Burnham, he probably goes quicker. So, you know, it's an interesting dynamic that's happened there, and that's probably something that's hindered them the most. They've not been able to attack Starmer in this election, and that's been really a linchpin of a lot of their attacks on Labour in the last 2 years. They've been attacking the leader, quite rightly. You know, but in this one they can't, because he's nothing to do with this by-election. I mean, he's sitting at home with a Reform hat on, isn't he? He's got his Reform FC football kit on, has Keir Starmer. Because if Reform win this, he probably gets a few extra weeks. So, yeah. Interesting dynamic in this one. So turnout was reportedly high. Let's go and have a little browse on X and see if we can't find some stuff going on. Do feel free to tag me in posts on X as well that you think might be of interest. That's completely random about Tewkesbury. That's fine. That's that. Oh yeah, I saw this from James Heal as well. So Restore Britain, obviously very bullish. They say we can win here. I don't think they can. Reform saying they will lose their deposit. Fascinating to see which one holds true, which is very true. That's people making random predictions. Do we have anything actually interesting? This is all quite old stuff at the moment. Let's search for Makerfield. I mean, if there's anything major, it will come up on the timeline, but let's just do a quick search for Makerfield. And do latest, see what's coming out. Yeah, the pollsters are saying Burnham will be victorious. That's not particularly a surprise. I don't think there's anything really coming out here early doors. Probably a bit too early. We're only 40 minutes in, so we'll go back to home for now. Like I say, do feel free to post. To tag me on things in X that you think might be of interest to the channel. So yeah, I was looking at the live chat there just as we come back from the map. I'm glad to see that you guys mostly liked it. it's like I say, it's a lot of work. It's quite a lot of work to maintain it as well. If you wouldn't mind, or getting your tiny violins out for me, that would be great. But I'm excited by this. I'm excited for it to be complete for a start. The data will be in, and I'm excited for the future of the channel. Really, it's been a privilege doing this for the last almost a couple of years. I think you guys are fantastic, and the comments that I get on each video, it's just a very intelligent community. For the most part, I get some haters, but that's fine. But for the most part, you guys are very thoughtful. You engage brain, and some of particularly the local knowledge that I get is really, really good. Because I mean, really, outside of my little cocoon in the southeast, I don't really know all that much about the local things. So yeah, so Labour and Reform still tied up at 40-40. I think that goes to show how close it is. Really, I mean, I would imagine that most people in the chat are Reform supporters, just because my followers do tend to be. So I don't know if there's a higher proportion of Labour voters in here this evening. If you're a Labour voter, do get in the chat, give us a thumbs up or something, but or a wave. But I think maybe it's a bit of realism as well. I think a lot of people are expecting it to be very close, and I think same as me. I think Burnham just seems like the most likely at the moment to me. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Emotional Health, you are right. Starmer is very stubborn. I mean, he has survived an awful lot, really, when you think on it. There are, and not just him either, his ministers too. I mean, the fact that Reeves survived that budget with all the leaks was incredible. With the OBR leak, least of all. I mean, I know Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg has spoken a lot about this, but the Chancellor in the 20th century who resigned because one very innocuous thing was said to a newspaper, and now here we are. I think it shows a lack of integrity, actually, really, a lack of responsibility taking. Bruce Springsteen, thank you again for the super chats this evening. Objectively speaking, Burnham is far more likable than Starmer. He's local and sounds and talks like a human, and self-interestedly, there's probably a lot to be said for your MP being the PM. Well, that's very true. Yeah, that's true, and I think you're right. He does come across as more affable and down to earth. I mean, how much he is, I don't know, but he does come across that way. You are right. Whereas I don't think Starmer's ever come across that way. He is very robotic, very he just sort of comes across as out of touch, doesn't he? Really, and I think the "my dad was a toolmaker" comments that became a bit of a meme in the general election went to show that is that desperation to seem like a man of the people, but it just looked like he was trying too hard, really. If there's anything you want to know about the map or anything you want to go and explore, like I say, there's quite a few councils on here that aren't filled in yet, but there's a lot of them are. Also, there are some wards on here that aren't working because the boundaries changed, so I need to actually get in there myself and update the map, which is a bit of a tricky job. So if there's anything you want to talk about with the map or any particular council you'd like to look at, we are obviously just a few weeks after the local elections, so we can go and have a smooch round if you want to, but it's entirely up to you. The Welsh Reformer, thank you very much for the super chat. I can't see Restore getting more than 5%. Yeah, well, this is it, isn't it? There's the 2 points of view. Some people think Restore are going to get 20, and some people think they're going to get less than 5. So, well, I mean, they are the wild card, aren't they? Really, they are a wild card. Look, what they did in Great Yarmouth was quite incredible last month. I think there's a few caveats to that, which I've laid out in videos, not least of all being that, one council across the whole country, the MP for the area is the leader of this party as well. I think that all factors into it. But in all fairness to them, from what I've seen online, they have been able to get a lot of people out on the ground in Makerfield, and I'm sure that will help them to get some voters out. Is whether or not they can actually convince. The thing is, with the canvassing and the campaigning, not everybody's truthful on the doorstep, right? Some people just say what you want to hear, so you'll leave them alone. Some people say they will vote for you and then actually change their mind when they get into the ballot box. Not into the ballot box. No, they're not getting in the ballot box. When they get in the voting booth, they change their mind. So, yeah, it depends. But they did manage to get a lot of people out, which I think will help. British Empire. Oh, sorry, I can't see your full name for some reason. Hang on, let me widen that out. There we go. British Empire Mapping 19 says, thank you for the super chat, says, if I get that down, there we go. Labour had no good MPs. They had to bring a mayor in. Well, you're right. You absolutely. I mean, this by-election is farcical, really, isn't it? Because, I mean, really, Josh Simon's the resigning MP. To treat his constituency and his constituents as this piece of red meat is not really how it's supposed to work. You know, you're not supposed to just offer up your seat because, oh, actually, do you know what, matey boy might be the PM. Yeah, it's a bit of a farcical by-election in the first place. And if they don't win it, I mean, what egg on their face? And not even the egg on Starmer's face either. It'll be egg on Simon's face and egg on Burnham's face. So if they don't win it after all that. Goose Springsteen again, thank you very much. Being super generous this evening. I do very much appreciate it. Goose Springsteen says, I've heard that the Burnham camp were trying to decide between Mahmood or Miliband as Chancellor. Anyone but Miliband, please God in heaven. Well, yeah, I mean, based on what I've heard, well, I mean, not that I've heard anything that you haven't, but from the news, Miliband seems to be sort of in the prime spot for that job. And that would be quite an interesting little journey we'll be going on if that is the case. But it'd be interesting to see with Mahmood and Streeting, for that matter, what sort of bones he throws to that wing of the Labour Party, because Mahmood and Streeting are hated by Labour members, aren't they? They're pretty much despised by them. They're too right wing for most of the Labour Party, which is quite incredible, really. But to be fair to Mahmood, I think she has the pulse of the country on immigration more than her Prime Minister does, and I think more than her party does. Now, whether or not she's serious about fixing it is a different matter, but she is not afraid to talk about it, and to be, at least come across as far more hardline. Yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. We just seem to be in this never-ending tumultuous time since 2020, really, when COVID came along. It's just all been a roller coaster, isn't it? It's been crazy. Right, let's end this poll because it's locked at Reform. Reform ended up winning 41%, Labour 37%, Restore 21%. So there you are. You guys are backing Reform just about. Let's have a look and see if anything's happened that has made the polymarket gamblers think any differently. No, I thought it dropped down to 80% then. No, it hasn't, not really. Still 93 and 8. So it's definitely advantage Andy Burnham as far as the betting markets are concerned. They do tend to be pretty good. They were pretty good with the Gorton and Denton by-election. Here's a fine estimate for Aberdeen South. Let's have a look at this. I think this is mostly a guesstimate probably, but they've got SNP 35, Conservatives on 20, Reform on 18. So yeah, SNP win with a slightly improving vote share. Tories down 4, Reform up 11. I can see that happening. Wouldn't be surprised. Obviously, the Conservatives will scream blue murder, because if you add 18 to 20, you get 38%. I said this, didn't I, during the Holyrood preview, that those, if those two parties were to come together, they would actually be in the lead in most places. But alas. And look, I don't think it's too simplistic. This, I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. It's too simplistic to just say, oh, Tories and Reform need to get together and all this. They are two different parties. Now, there are people in the Conservative Party and people in the Reform Party who agree with each other on a lot of things. That's very true. Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg himself says often in his videos, I'm sure you watch them, that he agrees with a lot of what Nigel Farage says. But there are also still people in the Conservative Party who are the complete opposite of what Reform people think and what Reform people want. And that's why the Conservative Party ended up breaking up. So for Reform to go and dive in while the Conservative Party still has those people in it, it would just be repeating history, wouldn't it, really? I think. So, yeah. Well, Ryan Thomas says that Reform will concede imminently. That was 49 minutes ago. And he's a journalism student. I think he might have a lot to learn, because other sources were saying Reform were bullish an hour ago. So I think that's probably a bit early for Reform to be conceding yet. High turnout according to Adam Brooks. That's what the Welsh Reformer said as well. We've just looked at the betting odds. That was 9 hours ago, but you can see it's gone up during the day. I don't know what source they were using. I think Polymarket's been over 90% for Burnham for quite a while. Oh, this is going on as well. Lib Dem MP Cameron Thomas has had the party whip suspended pending the outcome of a police investigation. Oh dear, naughty, naughty boy. So we might have another by-election coming up at some point. I think I saw a post about that earlier. So there you are. It's all going on. Make sure you follow the channel because we might have another by-election to get into. This is the guy, I believe, who quite likes to sit behind Nigel Farage at PMQs and make funny faces for the camera. Yeah, I don't think there's too much else coming. Oh, this was interesting. I saw this earlier. So Charlie Downs, he's quite heavily involved with Restore. This seems like expectation management late in the day on polling day to me. He was saying that people were saying, oh yeah, well, we're going to begrudgingly vote reform today, but we'll support support Restore in 2029. This was the story in the majority of reform supporting doors we knocked on. Make of that what you will. Now that to me, a bit like I said with that reform thing at the end of the little addendum at the end of there, we're very, very happy. It's a bit of a, that seems like expectation management to me. So I wonder, look, I'm sorry, I know there's Restore people in the audience, but Restore were not going to win this by-election. I wonder if maybe they've underperformed what they were hoping they might do. Maybe not. There's only one post on X. I know that. I might be jumping to a conclusion there, but that sounds like expectation management to me. Yeah, what do you guys think? Grease Springsteen again with a super chat. Thank you very much. Burnham is supposed to be for proportional representation. If reform stays stuck polling around 25%, might they rediscover their own support for it? Well, maybe. I'm not in favour of proportional representation. I would rather we start with first past the post. I think it works. I think it's a good system. I think at the moment it's it's a bit in a bit of a funky phase because we got this very split political scene. But this is transitory. I'm certain this is transitory, and what will happen, I think, in the next decade, all of these various parties that are very fractured, they are going to come together and form coalitions, because that's how we do our coalitions in the UK. On the continent, they have PR in a lot of places, and you get these governments formed of about 6 parties. They never get anything done because they can't agree on anything. In the UK, our political parties are the coalition, and what's happened is that those coalitions that have held for a century, and the Tories for even longer, but I mean, the Tories go through different reiterations. It's not the same Tory party of the sort of 16th century, is it? Or 17th century, sorry. But the Tories and Labour, those two coalitions have just fractured. And the left and right of both of those parties, as much as I don't like using those terms anymore, left and right, have just become, I think, they become so disjointed from each other that they can't operate together in the same institution. And so we've got the Reform Party, we've got the Green Party, to a certain extent we've got the Liberal Democrats as well now. So there's the 2-party system has become a 5-party system, and then first past the post starts getting a bit janky because people start winning on 25% of the vote. We see that a lot in our by-elections. 33% is the new 40% now. If you break 33%, a third of the votes, you've done pretty well in this climate as it stands in a lot of places. So I don't think that will last. This is transitory. I think those parties are going to come together and form new coalitions. Now, how they'll look, I don't know. If it will still be Labour and the Conservatives at the end of this, just in different guises, in different appearances, I don't know. But I think that's where we're head, and I'm happy. I'm happy with us having first past the post. It's worked for a very long time. I think it's a very good system. And I think the various PR things, they're very complicated for a start. I mean, don't get me started on the STV that they do up in Scotland for the local councils. It's very, very confusing. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. What do you guys think? First past the post or PR? That's a bit of a broad spectrum because there's a lot of different PRs, but in general. Rank choice voting, as in where you basically list your preferences. Is that what you mean by that? This streamer is a super nerd for liking first past the post. Thank you. I take that as a compliment. First past the post, first past the post, PR. Oh, sorry, let's do it. Should we do another poll? Should we do a poll on this, or do you want to do a poll on something else? It's a bit of a nerdy poll for this time of the night. This is probably one we should be saving for later. I think, look, there's a lot of PRs coming up in the chat, and I'm not surprised. I think people are fed up with the political system, and they see the electoral system as a way to revolutionize the electoral system and things. I just don't think things would improve. I think if you ended up with a rainbow coalition government under PR of, well, let's say, I was going to say the left wing one, but let's just say you get the Tories restore and reform as a coalition government, right? That government is going to really struggle to get things done, because you've got people in restore who are going to disagree with the Tories on most things. Reform are going to disagree on quite a few things. It's going to depend who holds the whip hand, who has the larger, share of the seats and stuff. But I just don't see that getting things done. And it's the same on the other side. If you have a liberal, green, Labour coalition, that's not going to get stuff done. It's not. They probably have more areas of agreement than the other lot, to be fair. They're probably more likely to make some concessions to each other, but yeah, I don't see it working. Yeah, but the thing is, you say PR means every vote counts, but every vote counts in first past the post. Your vote gets counted. Just because you don't win doesn't mean your vote isn't counted. We have a representative democracy, Your MP is sent off to represent you. Now, I agree that some of them have done it badly, but let's not change the whole system that's worked quite well for a number of centuries because the people doing it are fools, who are operating in it are fools. Professor Hardnut, thank you, says the Greek political system has PR plus a jackpot of bonus MPs to have a majority. For example, the Conservatives with 43% would have a majority if we had the Greek system. Right, okay. Yeah, I know nothing about the Greek system, so that's interesting. That is interesting. But look, I understand why people are frustrated, particularly now. Look, you've got a fairly inept prime minister with an inept Labour Party in general who haven't made a good job of governing. And they got in on 30% of the vote or 33% of the vote and won 66% of the seats. I know that there is a democratic deficit there. I get that. But like I say, this is a transitory phase. We will grow out of this. I said in the video the other day that we're in the Labour pains at the moment, I think, of a new sort of political landscape. We just got to be a bit patient, be patient with it. And yeah. Don Backer says PR plus rewards leading parties and still gives minorities a voice. Yeah, true. True. Hideyoshi, if I hope I've said your name. Hi, Joshi. Sorry, I think is what your name is. I tried to go with some proper like Japanese pronunciation there, and it backfired. How long are we planning to stream for? Well, I'm planning to stream till we have a result out of Makerfield. That's the idea. So do feel free to suggest some conversation topics because we might have a long time. Yeah, expecting a result maybe at 4 a.m., maybe even 5. If it goes to a recount, then I don't know what's going to happen. But yeah, and of course, we've got all these council by-elections coming in as well. Let's not forget. So by-election roundup for this week, all the ones we talked about in that video. 2 up in Conwy, 2 in Swansea. So you can see here on the map, when you go over Conwy, you see the council control at the bottom there. So it's a coalition controlled council, so independent Labour implied, and so it's all coloured nice and fancy. Like I'm dead chuffed with that. 2 in Conwy, 2 in Swansea, 2 in Wrexham as well, 1 down in the New Forest, 1 in Lewisham, and 1 in Rochford. So we've got those to come. I don't know how many of those will count overnight, mind you, if any of them are. Hopefully some of them are. There's also 1 in Essex, actually. I'm not sure that's highlighted. Oh, it is. Yeah, 1 in Essex as well. Yeah, so we've got all those to come in. Don't forget. Hopefully some will count overnight and that'll give us something to talk about. So if you see one of those results come in, do let me know. And we're going to have a look at that, and that'll take up a bit of time. Thank you, Jim SE7884, for your super chats. First past the post is the best because it's easy. Tick one box and that's it. PR is so over complex and never effective. Well, I agree. Yeah, I agree, and that is genuinely a big part of it. People understand what they're doing when they go into the ballot box. Why do I keep saying they're going into the ballot box? People cannot fit in a ballot box. People go into the voting booth. It's very straightforward. You put your cross against the name you want to elect. You put it in the box and you go home. And you know your paper will go on the stack and be counted. Job done. And whoever gets the most votes wins. Nice and simple. Now, look, there are some systems that I find quite interesting. I thought that DeHont system that they did in Wales last month, and that they used for half or just under half of the seats in Scotland, that's quite an interesting concept. But how complex is it? How do you explain that to your nan? Oh, well, what they do, Nan, is they take the votes, and then basically if you win a seat, then your votes gets divided by 1 plus the number of seats you've won, and then you go and get counted again, and then whoever wins, they win the seat, and then their vote gets counted. So, it's a bit, even that one's a bit much. And like I said, the STV, boy, oh boy, I've got a document on my computer about STV, how does it work? I haven't really read it, to be fair, but the fact you have to have a document to explain how it works is probably a sign that it's not the one. So yeah, I totally agree with you, Jim. I think first past the post is nice and easy. People understand it, and so that that's a thing for democracy as well. You want people voting in an election, they understand how it works. I think a lot of the chat is about reform and restore, isn't it? So, Goose Springsteen, thank you again for your super chats. Sorry for the spam. No, not at all. Thank you very much for participating so much. Do get involved with your super chats, guys. It's more likely for me to see them as I'm jumping back and forth between the map and this. Sorry for the spam, but if Reform were to form a future government, how do you think they should or would tackle a House of Lords, which would be extremely obstructive? Yeah, good question. One thing I desperately hope they don't do is massively reform it, which I know they want to. Look, our parliament is very ancient, and the way it operates has been it's evolved over centuries, and it works very well. There's a lot of issues with a lot of the different ways that people want to reform the House of Lords. If you make it a second elected chamber, that is the absolute worst idea of them all. Because if you do that, all you're doing is you just create a second House of Commons, because the benefit of having people in a revising chamber, remember it's a revising chamber, who aren't elected, is that they don't have the need to pussyfoot around and do the peacocking stuff and have to worry about an election. They can just advise or advise and review, whatever you want to call it, based off what they think is right. Now we might not agree with them, but generally speaking, there's a convention, isn't there? I forgot what it's called, but this convention holds that the Lords will not obstruct the House of Commons indefinitely. If it is the will of the Commons, that is the will of the people, and the Lords understand that. Obviously, they ping pong things back and forward. But generally speaking, that convention holds, and the House of Commons is considered the superior house in terms of, who is allowed to take precedence when they come to a deadlock. So look, the House of Lords, how do I think reform would go about it? I don't know. Obviously, the traditional way for them to go about it would be to just stack it full of their own lords, but they'd need hundreds and hundreds and hundreds to do that. I hope, and this is just me, I don't think reform will do this. Reinstate the hereditaries is what I would do immediately. Personally, I don't have an issue with Britain, sorry, having an aristocratic ruling involvement. That's how our country was run for centuries. And for a good number of those centuries, it was run very well because those people understand how a country is governed, how it operates at the highest levels. So I would reinstate hereditaries personally. I think they bring something. I think they bring like a almost, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a genetic memory almost of governing. Hopefully that's not being lost or is being lost. Hopefully it's not. But yeah, I would bring them back personally. I know that you didn't ask what I would do. Reform certainly won't do that, but that's what I would like to see. And other than that, I would shrink it down. I think there's far too many lords. I think there's a number of people in there who shouldn't be in there. I think the peerages for your mates is not a good thing, and I think that's been quite detrimental to the way it functions as well. That's the problem with the House of Lords. It's been stacked full of people who probably shouldn't be in there, and that's been to the detriment of us, I think. Right, Keith Sires, thank you very much for your super chat, sir. Really loving the participation, guys. Still 500 of you watching here this evening as we wait for this Makerfield election result to come in. Keith says, the biggest winner is apathy. If you don't vote, you don't have a say. So everyone should and must vote. Well, I quite agree, and I try and make that point in my videos as much as I can. I understand why people think not voting is, is the right thing to do. Well, I'm fed up with the system. It doesn't listen to me. Why bother? I get that. But all I would say is just for the effort that it takes to go down the polling station, just spoil your ballot paper. And then what you've done then is you've taken your protest and actually registered it. If you don't register anything, you just get assumed that you don't care, which I don't think is true. I think most people do care. So yeah, I totally agree. You must go and vote. Whether you go and spoil your ballot paper, that's absolutely fine. Like I've said, imagine in 2024 if all the people who stayed at home and didn't vote, lowest general election turnout I think ever, certainly in recent times. If all those people who didn't vote this time when they voted in 2019, if they went and spoiled their ballot paper, they might have won the election. Imagine that news story. So, definitely go and vote. Which Christian denomination are you? Thank you for the super chat. British Empire mapping. I am an Anglican. Yeah, but mostly I just worship Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. I try not to let the denominational bit get too much in the way. I think, as Jesus said to his disciples, when the disciples came to him and said they're casting out demons in your name, but they're not one of us, he says, well, if they're not against you, they're with you. So anybody who professes the name of Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior is my brother to me. VM OD9SU, thank you very much for the super chat. Again, do you think Reform will abandon their long-held ambition for voting reform now that it suits them? Something tells me they'll not abandon their projected majority on 1/3 of the vote. Yes, I think they will abandon it. Yeah, I do. I think, like you say, basically it's become convenient for them, hasn't it? And that really is the crux of it. To be fair to the Lib Dems, they're still pushing for it, and they would have been done dirty by it in 2024 because they got less votes than Reform. 12% of the vote I think they got, but they got almost 80 seats or over 80 seats. Reform got 15% of the vote and got 5. So fair play to them. They're still calling for it. I think the difference is that the Liberal Democrats, frankly, are never going to be in a position in the near future where they're looking like they're going to form a majority government. So their tune may well change in that case as well. But yeah, I do think they will. And you're right. They're not going to call for electoral reform when they're potentially going to get a majority on 30% of the vote, are they? Goose Springsteen again, thank you very much. Are you up to speed with the electoral system that a Manchester mayoralty by-election would be brought under? Legally, is it now back to a PR system? So, very good question from Goose Springsteen here. Let me just quickly, I want to see if I can get an actual story on this, because I heard earlier, but I don't know if it's confirmed, because you hear so many things these days. because I heard that Labour have rushed through a change to that to bring it further. Yes, they have. It was yesterday. So let me bring this across here. We're on the Telegraph. So here we go. You should be able to see that now. Hopefully you can. So yesterday, this article was out. Labour rushes through mayoral voting changes to block reform. Switch from first past the post predicted to benefit Andy Burnham's potential replacement in Manchester. So obviously, this only applies really if only applies if Andy Burnham loses tonight, because he will remain mayor of Greater Manchester otherwise. But if he does win, then he will have to resign his post there, and there will then be a by-election for the Manchester mayoralty. And as you can see, Labour rushed through this change. So it's changing to, let's see if we can see in the article what it's actually changing to. But basically, it's moving away from first past the post because, quite frankly, Reform would probably run away with it. We're going to have a look at the map in a minute, and I'll show you why that is the case. So mayoral candidates will now be fought mayoral contests will now be fought using the supplementary vote system rather than the first past the post method. Goodness only knows what the supplementary vote system is. Is that similar to AV? SV, AV, this is what I mean. It's too complex for me. Do they sort of talk about it down here? No, I can't. So SV was chosen originally, used for 2 decades. Boris Johnson actually switched it back to first past the post. So this is a change back to how it was. But the fact they rushed it through here at the last hour is very informative, I think. So that's a bit naughty, in my opinion. Yeah, what do you guys make of that? Good question, Bruce Springsteen. Well mentioned. And I've got another super chat to catch up on. Keith Sires, you've done a super chat for £10, but I haven't got a message. So if that's a donation, thank you, mate. That's very kind of you. It's very generous. If you've got a message, please feel free to just tag me in the chat, and hopefully I'll see it. Let's just go and have a quick look at Greater Manchester, because this is why that voting system has changed, funny enough. So if we zoom in here, so this is Greater Manchester. Look at the colour of it. Bear in mind the colour of the wards changes based on the party that got or won the seat last, or got the highest vote share last. Look at all that Reform teal across Greater Manchester. Now, bear in mind, most of these councils were voting by or electing by thirds. Sorry, so only a third of the councillors were up for election. I mean, if we go to Wigan itself, this is why if this had been today a generic Labour candidate, this would be a Reform runaway. Look, Bryn with Ashton in Makerfield North. This might even be Rob Kenyon's ward, actually. 52% of the vote. Incredible. But they only got one seat, of course, so they didn't take control of Wigan. Labour are still in control of Wigan, but massive majority, 954 votes. And it's the same really in a lot of places, just all of this teal everywhere. We can click on a few others. That was Wigan. Let's go and have a look in. Oh, that's still Wigan there. Let's go over. Actually, let's go over to Manchester. Or Salford. Yeah, fine. Salford. Let's have a look at Salford. Here, they got a majority of 224 votes. Labour, they were down 34.5%. Let's go a bit further up into Blackburn. Does that count Greater Manchester? Oh, Bolton definitely does. Have a look at Bolton. Bolton, another 33% of the vote. So again, we're seeing this split voting, a lot of these, to be fair. Reform winning on 33% of the vote. But again, a decent majority, 8 points, 405 votes, but only one seat. So when you see the colour of Greater Manchester post 7th of May elections, that's why this voting system has all of a sudden changed, and it's been rushed through, because Reform would probably run away with it, in all honesty. Now, not necessarily. Look, they've had some issues with candidates, haven't they? Now, I said in my preview video for this by-election in Makerfield, I said Rob Kenyon would be a good candidate. I think, actually, based on what I've heard of him, I think he is a good candidate. But obviously there was a few skeletons in his closet. So, look, Reform could run a not ideal candidate, and that might change things. But, yeah, first past the post, they would certainly run away with it, I think. So that's why the voting system's changed and why it's changed at the last minute. Very good question from Goose Springsteen there. I think quite eye-opening. I mean, it's interesting that it was on SV anyway, prior to Boris Johnson changing it. But the fact is, like I say, the fact has been, because I think this was due to, they were planning on bringing it back to this system, but it was going to take effect from 2028, I think, which I think maybe is when the next lot of them are elected, maybe. But they've rushed it forward by 2 years, and that map tells you why. Count Binface to win, says Congon Dubs. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Maybe that's the one we've not considered. Hopefully Restore beat Count Binface, because obviously Advance didn't beat the Monster Raving Looney Party. I think Restore will beat Count Binface. Don't worry, I'm only joking. Join stream later has Binface one other thing. Not yet, Yang. Not yet. We're waiting to find out. But as of yet, Binface hasn't won anything. But I'm hearing that his camp is bullish, is what I'm hearing. Binface for Makerfield. Yeah, the absolute goat. Our results expected around 1 a.m. Well, I've heard they're expected around 4 a.m. Blaine. So, like I say, we are in for a long night potentially. So, do keep getting in the chat and giving me things to talk about. We need to do another poll, don't we? What should we do a poll on? I'm not doing Reform versus Restore because we did that last time. It's boring. Let's do something else. What would you like? It doesn't have to be politics if you don't want. We can do anything you like. Okay, interesting. So Professor Hardnut says his contact, or her contact potentially, his or her contact in MI6 has briefed him or her that Binface will secure at least 69.69% of the vote. There you go. That is an exclusive. I guarantee you won't hear that anywhere else. Goose Springsteen with a super chat. Thank you very much. Also, may I say, Carol Vorderman is highly selective in her sexism outrage about Kenyan, considering she accepted well, that's true. Yeah, 2 Rear of the Year awards. It does seem a bit selective, doesn't it? That's a good point, Goose Springsteen. Yeah, fair point. Binface to beat the Greens. Well, Binface versus the Tories. Yeah, that might actually be a race, to be fair. That might well be a race. Yeah, I mean, that thing about Carol Vorderman, it is a bit of a... It's not just her, in all fairness. Let's not single her out. But I think, in general, there's a bit of a modern double standard, isn't there, I think? Not to get too overly political here, but I mean, I think, yeah, they can kind of turn it on when they want to, can't they? Which probably isn't very equal, you could say. Well, guys, I'm enjoying the stream again. We're an hour in because I started 15 minutes late due to technical difficulties. Thank you all for being so patient with that earlier. Still 500 of you watching here. We've had just under 8,000 people tune in so far, so it's going well. Very much enjoying this one again. Insert. Okay. Excuse me. Insert says, I've heard rumours that Binface might play in the World Cup as MP of Makerfield. Thoughts? Interesting. Okay. Might play in the World Cup as MP of Makerfield. Yeah. Just Binface down the wing. We need Binface because we haven't got Harry Maguire. We need him for the corners with that massive head. British Empire Mapping 19. Thank you again for another super chat from you, sir. Check the Aberdeen South betting odds. Oh, okay. Let's do that. Good idea. Let's go and have a look on Polymarket. Is it down here by any chance? No, it's not. Okay, we'll search that one then. Aberdeen. It might not be, depending on what you've looked at, this might not be the same. So you can tell me where you've looked. Aberdeen South by... Oh, interesting. So the Tories might have done it. So the SNP are plummeting and the Tories are gaining on them. They're almost down to 50-50. The SNP were up... let's have a look earlier today. What was it? So they were up earlier today, 85%. And they've gradually come down to 75. And then in the last few minutes, they've pretty much cratered down to 50-50 odds. So what's happened in Aberdeen South? Look, well done. Thank you very much, British Empire Mapping, for drawing our attention to this. Let's go and have a look and see if there is some news out of Aberdeen South. So I've no idea who this person is, but he says forecasts from even further north. I can see Tories snatching a win. Oil drilling stuff is a big deal. Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, despite the latter being fairly expensive and posh, it's a still safe SNP seat. Okay. Is that what's... No, so Ryan Bruins talks about this as well. So what... What has caused this then? Is it just that? It can't be just that. It can't be that report, surely, from a fairly random person by looks. Well, that was a minute ago, and this guy posted 6. So something must have happened. There must be some news or something's come out. I shall go back. Have you guys seen anything? Thanks for bringing our attention to that, British Empire. Listen to me thanking the British Empire. Ho ho ho. Yeah, if any of you guys have seen or heard anything out of Aberdeen, that's let us know, because that's quite interesting. Let me go back to Polymarket and just do that so we can keep our Makerfield one up as well. No change here yet. That's staying pretty solidly 93 Burnham, 7 for Kenyon. So yeah, this is interesting. I'm going to message some people and see if anybody knows what's going on. If my voice goes a bit quiet, it's because it's a bit warm in our house, and our 18-month-old daughter is a bit restless upstairs. I can hear her. So if I go a bit quiet, that's why. Because I don't want to be in the doghouse. Let me message some people here. So if the Tories win up there in Scotland, they'll be very bullish about that. It would be very useful for the Tories to come out. We've had a by-election result as well, so we're going to have a look at that in a minute. It's the Reform defence as well, so we'll see how well they've done. But if the Tories come out tonight with a win, a parliamentary by-election win, because they're not in the Makerfield race, that will be like gold dust for them. Right, let's go and have a look. There is a by-election result. Let's see what's gone on here. So, and they've beaten Reform in Rochford. Look, so there you go. They'll be very happy with this. That's a big result for the Tories. Look, so I said in my by-election in the preview video the other day, didn't I? Reform having a candidate. I think this guy got suspended actually and then kicked out. Had to resign within the first week. People don't take kindly to that. And in Rochford, they basically said, "No, we're going to go back to the Tories, please." So, not a good start for Reform on the night. A very good start for the Conservatives. They get 56% of the vote here in Swain Park and Grange, Rochford. So that's a big result. All right, one by-election on a night of parliamentary by-elections, I know, but the Tories will be dead chuffed with that. You'll see them all over. You'll see them all over X retweeting this one. I can guarantee you that much. This is I think I mentioned in a video recently, a friend and I were talking about the Reform surge, and I think what you have to understand is, yes, there's been a big shift to Reform over the last 2 years from Conservatives and from Labour, but a lot of those people who are moving across are lending the vote to Reform. They're saying, well, do you know what? I am pretty cheesed off with the two main parties. I'm cheesed off with the status quo. I'm up for trying something different. So I'll give you my vote. I'll lend you my vote, and you can prove to me you're worth it. If you're one of those people, and then 4 weeks after you just elected somebody, you ask to go to the polling station again because they got kicked out of the party for something they said online or whatever, it's kind of understandable why you go, well, sod that then. I'm going to go back to where I was before. You're just as chaotic as the last lot. So this is something Reform have to. I mean, look, it's one councillor out of a lot, I know, but it has happened to Reform quite a bit. Happened to them last year as well, with early resignations for various reasons or people being kicked out and stuff. So look, it's teething issues, and look, let's not forget that Reform actually is a new party as well, aren't they? I mean, I know they formed after the Brexit Party, so been around since 2020 or 21. But for all intents and purposes, really, this party started in 2024, didn't it? Because I don't think they were really going anywhere under Tice as the leader before Farage came back. Yeah, so they are. That's the first by-election result of the evening, and it's a bad one for Reform. It's a very, very good one for the Conservative Party. Right, I'm just going to leave it on that screen for a minute. We can all take in that result for the Tories. Yeah, what do you guys make of that result? Oh, and Rochford have got their result up already, so I can do some. I'm just going to quickly mute the mic so that you don't hear my keyboard clacking away. But I am here. I'll be back with you in just a moment. Right, sorry for the brief interlude there. I was just doing a bit of clacking on the keyboard, so I didn't want to bother you with that. Let's go then and see that super chat. I'll come to that in just a moment. And hopefully, if we now go to our by-election roundup tab and then go and have a look at Rochford down here, we'll zoom in. I know we've just seen the result, but I want to show off my thing, all right? Bear with me. So Swain Park, hopefully this has the new result in, and it does. So look at that, big result for the Conservative Party. Swain Park and Grange, 56% of the vote for the Conservative Party. You can see the majority down there is large, 31 points. That's a total turnaround from where it was just 4 weeks ago when Reform won this seat. So Reform no longer have a seat on this ward now. It was just elected by a third last time, so they won this seat here. The Conservatives now take that. You can see at the last election, which was today, today still. That's a very quick count, actually. The Conservatives gained from Reform with a 37% turnout too, which isn't too bad. And the Tories were the biggest swing, for want of a better word, up 39.2 points. Let's go and have a look at the change. And look, you see Reform there, down 15 points. And that's a bad result. There's no two ways of getting around that. That is a very bad result. A stonking result for the Conservative Party. They're the only party to increase in vote share, actually. But yeah, for Reform, that's poor. That's a poor result, and I assume that goes down to the fact of the candidate or the councillor, sorry, being kicked out and then resigning so soon. If you know more, if you have the local knowledge, then let me know. Hector Marbufa with a super chat. Thank you very much, sir. Good evening, everyone. Ignoring Labour and Reform in Makerfield, what would be an objective bad result tonight for the other main national parties? In Makerfield, you mean? I think for the Conservatives, for the Tories in Makerfield, really, I mean, the expectations of them are so low. But I mean, losing their deposit should be a bad result for the Labour, for the Tories. They got, I think, 11 or 12% last time in 2024. I think they got about 11 or 12%. So yeah, to finish on less than 5% means their vote's going to halve in Makerfield. So I think that's a bad result for the Conservatives. The Lib Dems, I don't think really there is a bad result for them. They're kind of just, they're there to be voted for. I don't. I mean, look, the Tories were never in this race either. It's not a seat the Conservatives would naturally target to win. But like I said, I think they did do quite well here in 2019 because it's a Brexit voting seat. They didn't win, but they did quite well, I think. So their vote has created since 2019. The Lib Dems, I just think it's not an area for them. They're not really a Northern Party, are the Lib Dems. They do quite well in Preston. In fact, we can probably look at that if we go to our map. So we'll have a look at that result. You can take that in. That's the dashboard and the map in action. So I hope you like that, guys. There will be a by-election roundup video for tonight as well. I'll do that tomorrow at some point through Bleary Eyes. Right, but we want to have a look here at, turn that off. If I go to Lancashire, yeah, so you can see here in Preston that there's a lot of Liberal Democrat here. Not sure how firmly Lib Dem it is. Yeah, pretty much 50% they got in Penworth and West. So yeah, all this here is Lib Dem in Preston. But I mean, other than that, in this Manchester area, I don't think, generally speaking, they really are about. So Stockport as well is another one up that way. So yeah, I think really the Tories losing their deposit's a bad one. The Greens, I don't think the Greens have really tried in this election. I've not heard anything from them at all, to be honest with you. Keith Sires with a super chat, thank you very much, sir. If you don't like any of the candidates on the voting paper, right, I do not consent. Ashby versus White 1704. In pen, no pencil. Yeah, I mean, you can do what you like, really. Just, I mean, I know that's a common thing that people are saying these days, but just do whatever you want. You can write obscenities on there if you want to. You can write funny pictures on there. Whatever it is that just invalidates your ballot paper. At least you go and actually register a vote. You register a protest. And like I say, if everybody who didn't vote out of apathy and whatever went and actually voted that way, then that by far that would win the election. So, you know, and that would be one hell of a statement. It would rob the winning party of any legitimacy straight away. Well, I sent some messages out about Aberdeen South, and I've had absolutely no responses. So there you go. I'm a popular guy, I promise. Yeah, so we've had our first election result of the night then in Rochford, and a very, very good one for the Conservative Party. Aren't they so inconsistent? I said this, didn't I, a couple of weeks ago? They are a very inconsistent party right now. I wouldn't be surprised in some of these other elections that might come in tonight or will come in tomorrow if they lose 30 odd points. Today they've in that Rochford one they've gained. You know, they're an inconsistent party right now. I just think they're in sort of the eddies, aren't they? Just neither here nor there. Some very good results, some very bad results. I think they're still in a bit of trouble, personally. Thank you all for being so involved this evening. We're holding up pretty well at 500 people watching, which is great for 11:30 on a school night. So thank you all very much for tuning in. It's good to be live with you again. I wasn't expecting to be live again so soon after our first one on the 7th and 8th of May. But here we are, and a big result to come in Makerfield. Let's have a look and see what's going on in Aberdeen then. Has anything changed? So they're kind of levelling out at 50-50. So yeah, 48-44 at the moment. So something's happened. Something's gone on, or somebody knows something. Mind you, just look at the volumes here for this election. You get $8,946, $11,358. Compare that to Makerfield. The volume here is in the millions. So quite a difference in interest, which is to be expected, really. Burnham's ticked up a little bit, actually. He's gone up to 95 now. But really, it's no change. The markets here are still very, very confident that Andy Burnham is going to be the MP for Makerfield in the next few hours. Nothing changing that just yet. Let's have a look and see if anything's going on here. Thank you for notifying me of the first result of the night. Welsh Reformer. I've had a deleted post there. Sorry, I've asked you to tag me and stuff, then I forgot to look. I do apologise. Mark Heath, 45 minutes ago, has said that he's been informed that Reform might have done it. We'll have to wait and see. No beef with Mark Heath, but I don't know how reliable a source we can take him to be. And it hasn't moved this market here. So at the moment, we'll take that, and if it turns out to be that, we'll give Mark Heath his dues. Labour sources, and this is from the BBC, so Labour sources have said the Makerfield by-election turnout could be between 60 and 65%. So that is pretty significant. What did I say it was worth earlier? Just under 800 voters, wasn't it, per 1%? So let's let's call it 769, and that would be a good 8%. So even if it goes up by 8%, that's another 6,000 votes coming in. Interesting. Now, what that will do is that will make Restore people excited, because Restore people, they're, well, you guys can tell me because you're here. Your whole shtick is getting people out who haven't voted in the last few years. So if the turnout is up that high, Restore might be thinking we've done all right here. However, just to put it out there, the turnout being high doesn't mean that Restore have got all those votes, or a large part of them. So, but they could have. I mean, I'm not surprised that the turnout is high. I'm quite shocked it's gone that high. I thought it would maybe tick up by 5 points or something. But look, I mean, this by-election has had so much publicity on it. The weight of this by-election, the consequence to it, like I said earlier, is obviously significant. Is obviously, yeah. And by the way, I mean, that 60 to 65% is still quite poor, by the way. I mean, it goes to show that we're getting excited about 60% turnout. That's like not great, really. You know, Makerfield had the chance here to choose who the Prime Minister was going to be, and only 60% of them, maybe 65% of them, if this is accurate, decided to go out and vote. So Crowley says less than 5% for Restore is a bad day. More than 10% is amazing. Well, yes, I agree half with you there, and I'm gonna be a bit. I said it in my video the other day. More than 10% for Restore would be incredible. That you can't argue that. For them to get more than 5% and keep their deposit would be incredible for a party the age that it is. Absolutely, I agree with that. If they got less than 5%, I don't think that is a bad day for Restore. And this I think is where they've made a bit of an error actually in the strategy, because Restore's narrative has been very seriously. You know, this isn't not from random people on the internet, but from the leadership, from Rupert Lowe himself. The narrative has been, we can win this. We can actually win and shock the establishment. Well, then in that case, yes, if you get less than 5%, then that's a awful result. And like I said, there's an element of having a cake and eating it here. Had they not said we were going to win it, I'd be more than happy to say, do you know what? You got 3% of the vote, 4% of the vote. Fair play. You beat the Conservatives. That's, I'm just assuming the Conservatives get less than 4%, but let's say they got 4% to beat the Conservatives. I'd say, yeah, fair play. Round of applause. New party. You only launched in February. You've beat the Tories. Yes, you lost your deposit, but it's the first parliamentary by-election you're standing in, or election in general you're standing in. Fair play. You can't say that if they get 4%, having said they're going to win it. No, I just don't think you can say that. I don't think you can say that, because you can't be like, well, we're going to win it, and then get less than 5% and be like, well, you know, we gave it a good crack. But no, that's not how it works. You know, it's like an England fan, right, saying England are going to win the World Cup. We're going to win the World Cup, 100%. We're winning it, and then they get knocked out in the group stages and saying like, well, fair play, good effort. It's like, that's not, no, you can't do that. Goose Springsteen, sad that in 92 Makerfield has hey, yeah, exactly, 76% turnout in 92. Exactly, Goose Springsteen. And this is the sad sort of slow decline we've seen, isn't it, over the last few decades. The last time this thing happened with Alex, this is Hector again. Last time this thing happened with Alex Douglas Holmes by-election, turnout increased 5%. Same thing here, I think. Yeah. Oh, is that the was it Douglas Home? He had a by-election, was it in the 60s, wasn't it, I think? Thomas Watmouth, thank you for your super chat, sir. Can we look at Bradford on the map? Any thoughts which party would have a better defence plan given it's been going around lately? Yeah, sure. Let's have a look at Bradford first. Anything in particular you want to look at in Bradford, mate? Oh, actually, do you know what? You've picked one. I have to apologise. I don't think it's on here. Because if I can even find it, it's there. I don't think the divisions are uploaded. No, they're not. Sorry, mate. Bradford had new divisions for this election, so they had the boundaries have all changed. And I have only just figured out, literally in the last 72 hours, how I can do this myself without waiting for the ONS to publish a map. So I put Suffolk, Norfolk, and Essex in on the county map. I haven't got around to doing the ones on this map yet. So Barnsley, Bradford, Calderdale, you can see there. I think Kirklees, North East Lincolnshire. Those are the ones I can remember. They're all still black. Sorry, man. Totally forgot about that. I apologise. So it's not on the map at the moment because I have to get the new boundaries. I have to use a bit of software, get the new boundaries merged into this map, and then I have to do some things with codes on the. So in the ONS, they have each ward has its own code by the ONS, which is how this map reads to the sheet. It links the map to the sheet that way. So I have to put in temporary codes for these ones because the ONS haven't released them yet. So I'm learning all this as we go. So apologies, man, that's not available right now. In terms of the defence policy, we'll talk about that. Hector Marbufa said 1963, yeah, for Alex Douglas Home. Same thing. Someone resigned to let him be MP in order to become PM. Oh, right, okay, interesting. Alex Douglas Home is like a bit of a pointless question, isn't he? Pointless answer. Quite an unknown prime minister, I think. Not many people would, I think, remember him if you asked an ordinary person to list off 20th century prime ministers. The other question from Thomas Watmer was about defence plan. Which party would have a better defence plan? Well, I don't want to opine on who would have a better plan. Let's not knock at not working Bradford there. I don't know who would. I don't want to opine on who would have a better plan. But it's who's going to have the priorities right, you know. And for decades now, the defence sector in our country, the armed forces, has been falling down government's priority lists. And Thomas is going to make me get political here, which is fine. But basically what's happened is we have now ended up in this absurd scenario in 2026 where defence is quite a low, I can't remember how far down the pecking order it is. It's certainly less than the NHS. It's less than the welfare budget. It's less than the interest we pay on debt each year. And we can't put a fleet out to sea. You know, we are the country that ruled the waves once upon a time. And look at us now, Russian ships in the English Channel shooting at English yachts. I mean, it is a sorry state that we find ourselves in. So who would have the better plan? Well, I think anybody who prioritises defence, cuts spending elsewhere and diverts the money into the defence sector so that we can actually have some self-defence, you know, some tech, in the modern battlefield, but also the real material that we seem to be lacking desperately these days as well. Missiles, ships, aeroplanes. I mean, we don't have many soldiers. I think we could do with some more, but in all fairness, I do think the days of having a standing army, a large standing army, are kind of past us. I think we're moving to a different era of warfare. I certainly think having ships and aeroplanes and drones and missiles is the most important thing. So in my opinion, and it is my opinion, whoever prioritizes defense above welfare payments and other things that we kind of frivolously spend money on, I think would be the best ones. But you have to make up your own mind for that. I'm not going to tell you to vote for. Very good question from Zacharias as well. Who wants to be a soldier for Britain now? Absolutely, because you go and do your job and the government will prosecute you. You know, it is. I mean, there's a lot of stuff about our society in Britain these days, which, in my opinion, is backwards. And we've got all of our priorities wrong. We've got the incentives all wrong, and it's just allowed this. I think this wider culture of grievance and not greed, but self-centeredness. I think, my grandparents. I'm fortunate enough to have grandparents that fought in the war, Second World War, and I spoke to them when I was a child. My nan, who obviously lived at home through it all as a teenager, and my great uncle, who was in the Royal Navy as a young man in the Second World War, um, and speaking to them and getting the sort of being able to touch history by speaking to them and hearing what the country was like then and how people reacted and how people just got on with their lives. And essentially, everybody just put their community first and their country first, and they thought about themselves last. And it's a deeply Christian way of living your life. And it would be good to see the country go back to that, because I think that Second World War generation were very much special ones, and it's sad that they're almost all gone now. On that happy note, what else should we talk about? Yeah, Captain Kuma, thank you for mentioning the Tewkesbury by-election. We mentioned we just scrolled past that story about the Cameron Thomas earlier. So he's been suspended at the moment. So there's not definitely a by-election yet. Obviously, if he gets charged and then convicted, there will be. He might resign anyway before that happens. But yeah, interesting. At Tewkesbury, I think would probably be a Liberal Democrat hold. Like you say, they've got a pretty big majority. But yeah, good night, Mr. Emotional Health. Yeah, it is getting late. It is a school night. I understand that people have to get off to bed. That's fine. No probs. Danny Baker is coming in with an estimation. He says Burnham to get 18 to 23,000 votes, Kenyon 16 to 19,000, Restore 10 to 13,000. I don't know what that works out in percentages. That I think would be a very good result for Restore if they got 10,000 into the tens of thousands. Hector Marbufa again. On a more technical note, how are paper ballots in England? Is it a list you mark with a cross, or each candidate has a separate ballot? Yeah, it's one list on one sheet of paper for each election. So yeah, you get your list of candidates on one paper and you mark a cross against the one, or in some places where you have in councils anyway, where you have more than one member being elected, then you can vote for two or three. But yeah, all on one sheet, or one ballot, I should say. Crowley says, realistically, we should have 4 light carriers, 12 destroyers, 12 ASW frigates, 18 plus GP frigates, probably 20 to 28 semi-autonomous corvettes, 9 boomer subs, 18 HKs. Crowley clearly knows a lot more than I do, because I don't know what a lot of that means. But what I do know is that we don't have enough stuff. We don't have enough hardware to last even a few weeks, I think, against a serious enemy, and that's not a good place to be. I mean, look, we are an island nation, aren't we? Richard II, William Shakespeare, John of Gaunt's speech, this this island nation that nature built for herself, or something like that. We have a moat. We literally have a moat. All we have to do is defend it. It's not. We have a very, very good natural advantage. It would be incredible to fumble, and that's why this island hasn't been invaded successfully for over 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years. Welsh Reformer can't see Restore keeping their deposit. As always, the Welsh Reformer will not mind me mentioning that, as his name might imply, he's not necessarily the most neutral and objective of observers. But yeah, he doesn't think, and a lot of people are saying Restore won't keep their deposit. I honestly can't tell. I mean, the polls have pretty much all said quite consistently that they'll get 7%. So I suppose that's the barometer, isn't it? I guess. Have the polls overestimated. It's quite unusual for a small party to be overpolled, but it could happen. Do a poll on Burnham or Starmer for preference of Labour leader. Okay. I'm not going to do a none of the above because I know it would win in this chat, I'm pretty sure. So if you had to choose, and you do have to choose, I'm telling you, you have to choose Burnham or Starmer or PM. Chris Falling 9281 says we need spare parts for the Navy. Yeah, I think the Navy in particular is in a really bad way. Right, here comes a poll. So Burnham or Starmer for PM. You have to choose. There's no way out of it. You can't say none of the above. That's cheating. You have to pick one of them. So go on, get involved. Goose Springsteen again. Thank you very much for another super chat this evening. We really lost something when the World War II generation aged out of politics. It used to be you couldn't swing a cat in either side of the House of Commons without hitting someone with a highly distinguished war record. Absolutely, yeah, very much so. And I mean, and that historically was how the House of Commons looked as well. You go back into the Victorian times and before, and most, if not all, no, probably most of the MPs had military experience. It was kind of it was almost like a rite of passage sort of thing. That slowly has sort of changed, isn't it? Well, I mean, the makeup of the Commons has changed dramatically just from the 1950s onwards, really. And I have to say, in my personal opinion, the caliber of MP now in the House of Commons is pretty dire. I think the average is pretty poor. Yeah, I don't think it's good. I think a lot of them are very quite. I don't want to be too mean, really, but I see a lot of them as being very shallow, not really that thoughtful. It's like soundbite politics. Yeah, I think we've been done a bit dirty with the politicians we've ended up with. That's my personal opinion. On the average, there are good ones, but on the average, I think they're pretty bad. Where's the poll? Is there? Burnham's winning at the moment, 60%. People want change. British Empire Mapping says the Tories have shot up to a lead in Aberdeen South now, according to the betting odds. Let's have a look. Well, they're crossing over, as far as I can tell. Yeah, he's just taken the lead, 46% for the Conservative candidate Douglas Lumsden now. So it's interesting, isn't it, that in Aberdeen South, or Aberdeen and that whole part of the world, where obviously the oil industry is massive, the voters there are more trustworthy. Is that the word? I don't know if trustworthy is the word, but they're backing the Tories on the oil side of things, on that, and they're not interested in reform, which is interesting, isn't it? I mean, look, one of the things with the Tories, one of the biggest, I think, anchors around their necks at the moment, trying to get out of this 14 years thing, is net zero, isn't it? Net zero, and what they did to the oil industry. But Aberdeen South, they believe the rebirth, don't they? Clearly, or it looks like they do, if these are to be believed. Goose Springsteen with another super chat. Thank you very much. He says, think for all the flaws of the post-war consensus, that common wartime experience led to much greater inter-party respect and constructive behaviour. Very true. Yeah, we're far too antagonistic towards each other these days. That I think, in my personal opinion, the Welsh reformer, who is Welsh, thinks reform will sweep the council seats in Conwy, voted overwhelmingly for reform in May. Very good. We'll see. Hopefully, we'll see later tonight. Thank you for that, Welsh reformer. What's it all about? Oh yeah, the fact we all hate each other too much. It's true. It's very difficult these days to have a political disagreement in a cordial way, and that is a skill we need to rediscover desperately, because it's actually very important. The S&P is dropping quite sharply now. Down, yeah, he's a 6-point gap, 5-point gap. Anyway, the yeah, we need to rediscover this skill of disagreeing politely and cordially. It's very, very important, because just because somebody disagrees with you on something, even if it's something very, very meaningful and it doesn't mean you have to hate each other. Banned again, not banned at the moment. There won't be an exit poll. They don't do exit polls for just by-elections. You only get those on the full general election. Toy Groiper, thank you very much for the super chats in US dollars, so maybe tuning in from across the pond. Can you explain to a US viewer, oh, there you go. Can you explain to a US viewer what is happening? SparkNotes version on what this election is for, about, and what's the prediction? SparkNotes version. Okay, I don't remember using SparkNotes, but I'll try and give you the layman's terms. So what we're really looking at, so we're looking at the moment, this is happening tonight, but it's not really why we're here. We're here for this. Makerfield is a place in Greater Manchester, up in the northwest of England. The Member of Parliament who sits in our House of Commons in Parliament resigned his seat so that a man called Andy Burnham, who is right here, can stand for Labour, because the Labour Party basically have had enough of their own Prime Minister. There's nobody in the Labour Party at the moment who can get enough of the Labour Party behind them to become the new Prime Minister. So what Andy Burnham's had to do is find somebody who would be willing to step down from their own seat in the House of Commons so that he can win the seat, enter the House of Commons, and then challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the leadership of the Labour Party and therefore become the Prime Minister if he were to win. So that's why we're all here, really. If Andy Burnham wins this election, which at the moment 93% of the betting market thinks that he will do, then he will become the new Prime Minister in the coming weeks. Now, how long that takes is a different matter, because if Starmer digs his heels in, then there will be a leadership election and a campaign. It could go on for weeks. I don't know how long it takes in the Labour Party. So this could go on for a while. If Starmer just steps aside, I think it will be a coronation. I don't think anybody will stand against Burnham. But if they do, again, there will be a leadership election. So this could rumble on for a little while. But the likelihood is that even if he were challenged, Burnham would become the Prime Minister eventually. It's just going to delay him getting there. But that is why we're here, Toy Groper. So I hope that was SparkNotes enough for you. Yeah, a by-election is just an election that's happening outside of the normal election cycle. So, like I said, this MP, Josh Simons, who was the Makerfield MP, has stepped down before the end of his term, and therefore the people of Makerfield need a representative. So there is a by-election. To give you a bit more information, if you want to go into more detail, the main challenger to Andy Burnham here is Reform, the man Robert Kenyon that you can see there. Now, the betting markets think that he's lost as it stands, 7% chance of winning at the moment. He is the Reform candidate. Rebecca Shepherd, who is not going to win, she's on less than 1% chance. She is the candidate for Restore Britain. Now, these two are rival parties on the right of British politics. So the Conservatives are the traditional centre-right party in British politics. The Reform Party have somewhat supplanted them in the last 2 years. But Restore are saying that Reform, from where they started, have gone too far to the left. And so Restore are saying they're going to challenge them because they don't think they've been true to what they said. We looked earlier at the Greater Manchester area, and actually in Wigan itself, which is over here, Reform did very, very well. We're going to look here at, that's the wrong place, stand by. We wanted to look at this one, Ashton in Makerfield South. So this is a ward for a, we're way past SparkNotes now, by the way. We've probably gone to A level, I don't know. But anyway, Ashton in Makerfield South, this is a ward for Wigan Council, which is in the same place as Makerfield, as you can tell by the name. This happened last month, and Reform won here with 46% of the vote. They got 1,500 votes, and they won with a majority of 472, which is a 14-point lead ahead of Labour. In the other Makerfield ward, which is Bryn with Ashton and Makerfield, Bryn with Ashton and Makerfield North, they got 52% of the vote, 1,700 votes, and they had a massive majority of 954 votes, 28 points ahead of Labour. So in theory, Reform should have been the favourites for this by-election. The crucial point is that the Andy Burnham is currently Andy Burnham is currently the mayor of Greater Manchester, and he's quite popular as far as so we're led to believe. And his personal vote is currently, it seems, leading him to number 10. It is very different to your US system. Yes, it is. Ours is still quite archaic, really, but it works. I like it. We were having a discussion earlier about how our system works. I'm in favour personally. Goose Springsteen again. Thank you very much. You're being most generous this evening. I do thank you. He says, I think many, myself included, can't imagine the pre-political solidarity of mid-20th century Britain across the class party loyalties. Enoch Powell and Tony Benn were lifelong friends. Unimaginable today. Absolutely. Yeah, it's true. It's true. These days, you've got to denounce people, haven't you? We need to get back to disagreeing over a pint in the pub. Not throwing things at each other and shouting at each other. And do you know what? I have to say, I think, let's have a look at this poll. I'm going to say what I just said a minute ago. 10 minutes it's been going. Burnham 52% at the moment. It's the Brexit vote at the moment. 52-48 for Burnham. I think, if I'm honest as well, this deterioration in the political temperature, the political climate, in my opinion, and please do feel free to disagree with me, has been driven by the left. Where in my view, they brought in this element of morality, where if you disagree with them, it's not only that you disagree with them, but actually you're a bad person, and that kind of then morphed into not only you're a bad person, you're actually an evil person, and so people have been coached through their adolescence into their young adulthood to treat people that they disagree with as an enemy, not just an ideological rival, but actually as an enemy. And I think that's led to the kind of rather rancid discourse we have these days. So that's my view. Love conquers negativity. I like that name. Polymarket is accurate. Polymarket is not necessarily accurate. So basically what Polymarket is just a so it's taking the bets that people make for or against people, and then essentially takes the numbers and gives you an implied chance of them winning. So it's not that they're accurate, but it does tend to be that the money is that the money people who put money on things can be a bit more reliable than opinion polls because they got their money on it. However, when you see this, look what's happened now that the Tories have shot up to 75%. So it looks like the Tories are on, according to Polymarket, the Tories are on course to win Aberdeen South at the moment. And you can see what's happened here. Look, the SNP were at 85% all day long, and they have been for a long time if I go to a month out. So they were close early, and then they went into an early lead, 70%, 80%. And then just this evening, as the votes are being counted, it's all switched around. And it looks like, according to Polymarket, the Tories are going to win. But we'll see. And this is what happens. News comes out. I still haven't seen anything about Aberdeen South, so I don't know what they're reacting to. The other thing you have to take into account with that, it's a bit like watching the stock market. That could just be fear and greed. People FOMO. People thinking, there's a good bet on here on the Tories. Okay, well that is a rumor. I wouldn't look into too much to that. Yeah, I don't agree with this. A loss in Makerfield doesn't mean that Reform don't stand a chance of winning a general election. I don't agree with that. I think it makes a Labour comeback a bit more likely, potentially, because, like I said a few weeks ago, so I'm just reading there. I said a few weeks ago, Burnham can come in and say, look, I beat Farage, which is more than Keir Starmer can say for basically anywhere in the last 2 years. So he'll be in a strong footing. This is interesting, though, actually. So Sarah Pochen, this was an hour ago, Sarah Pochen said, if we get a good, strong turnout, we come a strong second, we'll be very happy with our performance. That sounds like Reform think they've lost. That sounds very much like Reform think they've lost. This is the sort of thing that comes out. We've come second, but it's a good news story actually. So it's looking very much like Burnham has probably won it. Like I said earlier, I think my prediction was he'll win by uh 4 to 8%. Have we got anything here? Thanks for all the likes and stuff. Thanks for tagging me. Welsh performance tagged me like 5 minutes ago. Oh, Hillingdon's come in. I missed that one. Hillingdon West in London. Yeah, Conservative one there. That's not all that surprising. We thought that would be the case. This one was not a by-election. This is a full council election for this ward because one of the candidates passed away during the campaign, so it was postponed to today. Turnout 37%, up 4 points, so not too bad there. Like I say, expected win for the Tories in Hillingdon, but so far they've won 2 out of 2. But here's one in Wrexham. So yeah, Plaid have held on, but Reform did very well. Look, Reform did do very well. They got within 5 points of Plaid Cymru, but they also increased by 2 points. Labour down 14.4, Tories down 6. So Plaid Cymru hold. Like I said in my video yesterday, I expected Plaid to hold the ones that they were defending. You know, the majority, the momentum at the moment is with Plaid and Reform. So yeah, it wasn't beyond the realms of possibility that Reform snatched one, but that's one of the Wrexham ones done. There's 3 more. There are 2 more, isn't there? I think that's the same one, isn't it? That's the same one. Thank you, Based Thatcherite, for tagging me in that one. I'm assuming that's the Hillingdon one. Yeah, thank you. And oh, sorry, I haven't been keeping up very well here, have I? Okay, so thank you, Based Thatcherite, again. So this is probably what's been sending those markets into haywire in Aberdeen. So Conservatives cautiously optimistic at Aberdeen South by-election count, while the SNP admit it might be difficult. When they start saying it might be difficult, that means they think they're in trouble. So yeah, it does look like the Tories have probably won there. So shaping up to be an all right night for the Tories so far. This one, very good result, very strong result. We looked at that one obviously, didn't we, on our map? Kemi Badenoch reposted that. Very good. We'll see how they hold up in Wales. Yeah, that's that Sarah Poaching comment from an hour ago. I mean, Charlie Simpson's a little bit of a hit and miss, more of a miss, I think, source in my experience. He's saying that a Conservative source has told him that they've secured between 1.5% and 2%. I mean, I think that's, look, things like this, you can, if you throw enough feces, some of it will stick, won't it? The Conservatives are probably quite likely to get around 2% of the vote. If the Tories get 2% of the vote, does that mean he has a source? I don't think it does. I'm not trying to beef him particularly, but I see him a lot, and I think a lot of the stuff he says is, I don't think he has many sources. Basically, you can claim to have a source, and then it works out that way, and then it looks like you have a source. Would a Conservative source tell a Restore Britain coded young journalist or aspiring journalist that they're going to get 1.5% and 2% of the vote? I don't think you would. That doesn't seem like the sort of thing that would be briefed out by a source. But yeah, I don't mean to beef him in particular, but it's one I see quite often. That's all. So thought I would mention that. It's not too much. Yeah, Lewis Cook has the same thing. I think that's basically almost a concession, that to say if we're happy we had a strong second, that's it. Same thing here. Same thing here. I think, you know, this was probably a bit of hopium from a Tory account. The Scottish Conservatives may well gain. If he was told that 5 hours ago, I would be stunned. I would be absolutely, if the SNP had conceded Aberdeen South 5 hours ago, I would be stunned if that actually happened. There's a lot of funny things out there, guys. You got to be careful of it. All right, you got to show some discernment with the people out there, because there's people who tell porcupines trying to pass it off as info. I could do it. You know, if I wanted to, I could go on X and say, "Oh, sources told me X, Y, and Z," and then sit at home with fingers crossed, saying, "Oh, come on, please." And if it hits, it looks like I've got a source, doesn't it? I don't have any sources, guys. I'm happy to admit that. I have absolutely zero sources. I am just a bodge job DIY YouTuber, makes up as it goes along. That's me. So I'm not going to pretend to. I've got sources. If I say I've got a source in future, I will have a source, and it won't be ketchup. It will be a political source. I guarantee you that. But I don't see that being likely. I'm not a news channel, so. Jason, 4 or 5 a.m. is the last I've heard. Seems a bit late to me, but I don't know. I would have thought it was going to be around 2 o'clock, but they are saying 4 in the morning, earliest at the moment. How's the poll doing? It's been 20 minutes. Burnham's winning. He's on 56% of the vote. We'll call it after 20 minutes. So Burnham is your preferred prime minister then. If you had to choose between Burnham and Starmer, you're going for Burnham. I'm not surprised at that. I think Starmer's burnt his bridges with a lot of people. Will things change under Burnham? What do you reckon? Do you think they'll change for the worse? Do you think they'll change for the better? Or do you think they'll just pretty much keep chugging along the way we're going? You answer that question. I'm going to go and grab a drink because I'm getting a bit of a sore throat. So I'll be back in just a moment. All right, we're back. I've opened the door as well. It's blooming warm in here. Anyway, streams are going for almost 2 hours. That time has actually gone by very, very quickly. Sorry again if you're still here from the start for the delayed start to the proceedings. That was a bit of a laugh. Next time I should certainly have to test to make sure everything's working properly before I Is it reality says 2 a.m.? Yeah, I thought 2 a.m. I can't. I mean, what's the excuse for 4 a.m.? It's a 70,000 electorate with maybe a 60% turnout, so you're looking at 40 odd thousand votes. Hyde Yoshi says, how about looking at potential turnout of Makerfield and the total electorate that could possibly vote? Could explain how long we think it would take to count that amount of votes. I did do that. Hyde Yoshi. I've deleted it. One second, let me get the history back up. So the total electorate, this is in 2024, so it might have changed a little bit, but it won't have changed too much. The total electorate in Makerfield is 76,845. They said they're expecting, allegedly, Labour sources said expecting a turnout of 60 to 65%. So if it were 60%, let me do that here actually, one sec. So was it 7, 8? So if it were, let's go with a high number, 65, that's 50,000 votes to be fair. So that is quite a few. Yeah. Chris Falling 9281 says nothing will change under Burnham except he will have a soul. Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, the Starm bot, a bit like the Maybot, isn't it? Yeah. Good point from Is it Kong on dubs? Am I saying that right? Kong, yeah. Anyway, says Starmer had a mandate, Burnham won't. That's very true. And that's the issue if you do something like this. Well, that's the issue for any prime minister who comes in a mid-term. And I don't mean that in the American way, I mean in the middle of a parliamentary term. Because you haven't been elected on your agenda. You are taking up the shoes of the other guy's agenda. So that's a very good point. Yeah, a very good point. He doesn't have a mandate, and therefore, I do think Burnham winning this and then becoming the prime minister makes an early general election more likely. Because I think he'll want his own mandate. But he's going to have to, I think, do something to get the polls moving in the right direction before that becomes a feasible idea. Now, bear in mind, Reform have been saying since 2024, I'm obviously scared of a Reform versus Restore poll. I'm fundamentally not, Raoul. I did it last time. I find it all a bit boring, frankly. A YouTube poll on that doesn't solve anything. It doesn't. Last time it's 50-50. I just find it a little bit dull. So I'm sorry if that's what you're here for. Hopefully you'll be able to vote for Restore soon, but they don't seem to be putting candidates up many places, so maybe you won't. Jacob Robin 5922 says more likely, as in over 50% chance, or like going from 10 to 30%. Sorry, mate, I've missed what you're referring to there. Oh, early general election. I think that's what you're talking about. It's difficult to put it into percentage terms. Probably not over 50%, no. But it's more likely than Starmer staying in. I think Starmer will be happy to just put his head down and keep going as long as he can. I think anybody who comes in as a new prime minister before the end of this parliamentary term, then it's likely we get a general election early. That's my thought on it, but I don't know. The polls are so against Labour at the moment. It's difficult to see that being an advisable course of action. Hector Marbufa again, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you all for getting involved again tonight. It's been great fun. Suppose Labour wins, Reform is second, and it just so happens that Restore's vote percentage would have been enough for Reform to win. They will be accused, not unfairly, as being spoilers. Yes, yeah, they will. I've said I don't know if it's really that simple, because for that line of argument to stick, you essentially have to say that everybody who voted for Restore would have voted for Reform had they not had the opportunity to vote for Restore. And I don't think that's the case. In the same way that I don't think was the case in 2024, that if Reform hadn't stood, all of those 4 million Reform voters would have voted for the Conservatives. They wouldn't. Most of the voters for Reform in 2024, beg your pardon, most of those Reform voters were disenfranchised Conservative voters, angry Conservative voters, and a lot of them are still in the party, and they don't like the Conservatives. They would not have voted for the Conservative Party. The same thing is applied to Reform and Restore. There is quite a bit of animosity between the two. There is no love lost. And I don't think it's fair to suggest that if Restore hadn't stood, Reform would have got those votes. I don't think they might have got some, but not all of them. So you are right. They will be accused of that. What I think Reform might do, not definitely, but what they might do if they do lose this tonight, is they will, again, assuming that Burnham wins this and then becomes the prime minister, as soon as there's any sort of thing that, whether it's the taxes going up or debt going up or welfare spending going up or whatever it might be, climate change, net zero, all these things, immigration, illegal arrivals, all these things, Reform are probably going to say, well, there you go, that's brought to you by Restore. I can see that being their attack line, and essentially saying This is a Andy Burnham Premiership brought to you by Rupert Lowe and Restore UK. Restore Britain. Restore Britain. Oh, I can't get these two. These two bloody names are too similar. Reform UK and Restore Britain. I can see that being the attack line. Is that a winning strategy? I don't know. I think generally speaking, you're better off having a positive. Well, as long as they don't go all in on that, they'll probably be all right. The issue is when you go all in on negative campaigning. I think that doesn't tend to be all that effective, actually. Chris Falling says, I don't think Burnham will challenge for the PM seat till the next election. Oh, you don't think? Oh, really? I know. I think he will. I think he's coming in here explicitly to become the Prime Minister now. Because I think if he doesn't, he won't have a seat. He'll probably lose his seat if Starmer or somebody else is the PM. Yeah. Good night, Danny Baker. I have to admit, I can't remember your numbers exactly, but I do remember you said restore 10 to 13,000. So I remember that one. And if you get that right, props to you, mate. Fair play. Bear TV is a Radiohead fan. Radiohead are not standing in this election, as far as I'm aware. Unless Count Binface is Radiohead. Yeah, Mark Rushforth, less than 3 years to get for Reform to get to where they are today. Get ready, naysayers, for Restore Britain. The thing is, that's not quite true, though, is it, Mark? Because Reform. I mean, to be fair, I'm gonna sound like a hypocrite now, aren't I? Because earlier I said Reform are a new party essentially because they kind of started when Nigel Farage came back. But actually, when you deep it, Reform's been going for decades, hasn't it? This is the successor of UKIP. So Nigel Farage has been building this movement for a long time. Now, what's happened with Reform since 2024 has happened at an extraordinary pace. That's true, but this is like it's like the floodgates opening after a big build-up of pressure. It's not been just a spontaneous thing. This has had build-up, and that there is decades here of anger and resentment against a system that people feel is ignoring them. So look, I'm not saying Restore can't do it, but Farage and Reform, it is more than just 3 years. It is more than just 3 years. There's a lot more to it than that, really. I know I did say earlier that they are basically a new party. I think I did say that, but I think, to be honest, I think I misspoke saying that. In a way, they are, as in the outfit itself, the name, the badge. That's all very much new. But there's a lot of experience in Reform. There's a lot of experience in there. Not necessarily the people that are fronting it. You know, like Tice and Zai Yusuf, not politicians, but there are people involved with Reform who are and have been for a long time. Crowley, 1996. Sorry if is it Crowley or Crowley? The British political class are comically more ultra liberal and ideologically captured by the left than the people they represent. Yeah, probably. But because we have built this political class. I mean, the whole idea. We touched on it earlier, didn't we? Thank you all for getting involved in the chat. We're getting on a bit 12:30. We're down to 400 people watching, so it's still a pretty good, pretty impressive viewer count for this time of night. Thank you all for being here and staying up with me. We touched on it earlier, didn't we? The makeup of the House of Commons and how it changed over the 20th century. It moved from, your Winston Churchills, your Anthony Edens, kind of, I mean, certainly in Churchill's case, the gentry, in the House of Commons to now very much a House of Commons. It is just commoners. But we kind of have just created another political class, as Conwy declared. Reform of one Conwy, by the looks of it, according to Welsh Reformer. You might have tagged me. Sorry, I haven't been doing very well checking X here. Here we go. Oh, not that one. That's a while ago. Sorry, that one. Oh, so that's the Wrexham one again. We've seen that one. Okay, so it's not on here yet. Oh, no, hang on. I'm looking at the wrong bloody bit. There we go. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Oh, so now the Tories are saying that the SNP have snuck it in Aberdeen. Have they? So there has been a big bounce for the SNP. Okay, interesting. Right, I'm going to find this Conwy result in a minute, assuming it's on here. Is it one of these? Oh, Rally West has come in again, and look, Tories have beaten Reform in Essex as well. So 2 Essex losses for Reform on the night. Not good for Reform out in the east of England this evening. Another very good result for the Conservatives, up 17 points. Reform, another bad result, down 15 again. So yeah, look, this goes to show, those 2 results show, like I was saying earlier, how thin at the moment this Reform lead is. It's paper thin, and slip ups is going to cost them dearly. And I don't know what's happened with this councillor in Rally West. But look, they finished in 3rd place. They've gone from 1st to 3rd in 4 weeks. 2 very bad results for Reform there in the east of England, and it goes to show that they can't afford these slip ups. The Tories are going to love those 2 results. They're going to be all over those. I don't think we necessarily got a Conwy result out here yet. So I saw the Welsh Reformer posted them in the chat. So thanks for that, mate. We got the numbers we got an inside man. We got the inside man. Welsh Reformer giving us the result before they're even out. So let's read them out then. So Reform 496, Conservatives 406, Labour 368, Lib Dems 178. And if that turns out to not be the case, then we're all going to say that Welsh Reform sources is ketchup and mayonnaise. Thanks for that, mate. That's an exclusive for you on the channel. So yeah, look, the Tory now is nosediving in Aberdeen. Basically, this sounds like it's going to be very close, doesn't it? The thing is, I don't know how much you guys know about counts. I've not been to one myself, but I've spoken to a few people who have been, and I was talking to a friend actually who stood for election in May, and he was saying how when the votes first started coming in for his ward, these ballot boxes were emptied, and there was like hardly any for him, and his heart sank, and he thought, "Oh my goodness, I'm going to be humiliated here." And then he ended up winning by a few hundred votes. So things change. It depends on the certain areas of these constituencies that are more pro one party than another. So it can look early on like one party is running away with it, but actually the other parties areas haven't been counted yet. So all these things play into it, and that's why you get those oscillations like we've seen there in Aberdeen South. It'd be nice if we get some of that in Makerfield later with a bit of drama, make it worth us staying up. I've got the Monster on the go, by the way. I've got 2 cans in the fridge, so I've opened one up 12:30, which is it's very early. I have gone early there, I have to admit. But like I said, I didn't get much sleep last night, which wasn't a great shout. Claire Ramos says, Kemi's done it. Proud of her after all the hate off the media. I hope they're feeling humbled. Yeah, she hasn't really humbled anybody yet. I mean, she did just lose 500 seats at the council elections. Look, fair play. They've capitalised on reform. Sort of like I say, I don't know what the circumstances in Essex. So I apologise if the person there has resigned due to ill health. But reform and professionalism with early resignations, they've managed to take advantage of that. Fair play. But no, if she wins the next general election, then yes, we will all be humbled. Me most of all, because I've said they're finished. Cole Mitchell, what are things looking like right now? Well, we don't really have too much out of it. I mean, I think at the moment, here's the poly market odds. This hasn't changed all night. Burnham at 93, 94%, Rob Kenyon at 8. The most telling thing we've seen so far is, I don't know if I can get it back here, if I can find it again. Search Sarah Pochin. Sarah Pochin made a comment to GB News, which very much sounded like Reform are. Here we go. So Sarah Pochin said to GB News, if we get a good, strong turnout, we come a strong second. We'll be very happy with our performance. That sounds like Reform think they haven't won. Look, it's early. It's very early because we're not expecting a result for another 3.5 hours at the earliest, based on what we've heard so far. But that sort of a statement is very much spinning second place as a good story. So at the moment, it seems like Reform haven't won, and therefore Andy Burnham has. One thing I can tell you for absolute sure is that Restore Britain are not going to win, because if they were doing well, it would be all over X. So I can guarantee that much. Grosvenor Award as well has come in from Wrexham. Very strong Plaid hold here. Again, expected Plaid to get 3 holds in Wrexham. They've got 2 out of 3 already. Reform about 100 votes behind, which is about 20 points behind. But they do, again, beat Labour. That's the story in Labour now, isn't it, really? One of the two have Plaid and Reform first and second, Labour in third. Yeah. The Tories have also held in Swansea. So, look, the Tories are not having a bad night, having had 2 or 3 very bad weeks. They're having a very good night so far, and a night where, yeah, I mean, here you go. Look, Reform is over. I mean, okay. We've seen that about the turnout being 65%. So Gawain Towler, Reform UK, he's on the board. He's suggesting that Restore's impact to Makerfield will not be as great as some believe. Obviously, he's not non-partisan in that, obviously. Okay, I'm not reading all that. Bloody hell. Oh yeah, and old John Burko was out campaigning for Andy Burnham today. Thank you, Welsh Reformer, for the tag there. We've got a Labour hold in Bury, so they've held up in Bury, actually. So Reform not having a very good night so far. They've lost 2, gained 2 in Conwy, according to the Welsh Reformer. They're to be declared shortly. But not winning in Bury. I mean, look, I don't know. I don't know the ward. Maybe it's not one you'd expect them to win. But they're not having a great night at the moment. Our Reform. Yeah, and this is the point. I mean, Luke Trill, more uncommon pollster, I believe. Basically what I've been saying here. Decent clutch of local council by-election gains for the Tories, 2 gains from Reform and a hold in Hillingdon. If the Tories do well in Aberdeen and Reform lose Makerfield, it will significantly muddy the battle for the right. Well, look, maybe tonight is a turning point. I don't think that it will be. Let's bear in mind, 4 weeks ago, Reform just won 1,500 council seats. The Tories lost 500. They're still in most of the polls, with the exception of YouGov and Find Out Now, 10 points ahead of the Tories. In my poll of polls, they're, I think, 10 points ahead. Let's have a look. I should change the pinned post, really, shouldn't I? Poll of polls. So my poll of polls are Reform on 28, Tories on 20, so they're about 8 points ahead of the Tories on average. I don't think this will be a turning point tonight, but maybe it's the start of something. So Rupert Lair is saying Restore Britain has done extremely well in the Makerfield by-election. I mean, he can say that because, like we said, what's what is an extremely good result for Restore. He then says he drove a lot of Reform support until Nigel politically assassinated me. That is, I'm afraid, not true in the slightest. It when Rupert Lowe left Restore Britain. Sorry, honestly, these names. When Rupert Lowe left or was booted out of Reform UK, I remember at the time there was a poll of Reform UK members, and the vast majority of Reform members didn't know who he was. So that is not true. So Labour lost 4.5 points in Bury. Reform were in at 31%. The Workers' Party of Britain came in third. So clearly this is a left-leaning ward with the Greens. Sorry, with the Workers' Party of Britain getting a decent share of the vote there. Probably a decent result actually for Reform if it's that sort of demographic. To be fair. So what do you guys make of the Conservative performance tonight then? Jesus 888 says Restore will get noticed. That is the win. Well, that is a good point. Yeah, that is a very good point. And I did think about this the other day. For a party and for a party leader who aren't that well known, sort of outside of the online sphere, this has been a huge publicity boost for them to be included in this, to be talked about so much in this, to be talked about as the people who are going to, essentially win the election for one of the candidates. Yeah, it has. It's been a massive publicity drive for them. That's probably why they stood. Although they did claim that they wanted to win it, which I think was a mistake. Fair play to the Tories tonight, says Jacob. Yeah, exactly. That's what you have to say. That it's true. Yeah. I mean, if we see them hold up, if this becomes a trend, then obviously, yeah, something's happening. I just think in this case, you've got local councillors that have been elected, and then resigned soon after the election, and I don't think the electorate take very kindly to that. And like I said, I think at the moment Reform support is not entrenched; it's being lent. And when something like that happens, the people who are lending that vote say, "No, thank you. I'm going to go back to where I went before." So in Essex, they're going back to the Tories. So yeah, Reform need to try and avoid these hiccups. Good night, Bear TV. Thank you for tuning in. We're still holding up at just over 450 people watching, so thank you all for being here and joining me on this evening as we wait for the result from Makerfield. Most of the action so far has been happening in Aberdeen South, so they're all oscillating around here. You can see if we go to 6 hours, it gives a better view. So crossover happened in Polymarket for the Aberdeen South by-election that's happening. SNP were the favourites, and then it crossed over at 11:52, so just under an hour ago. And now we've got the Tories on a 79% implied chance with the SNP on 31. So at the moment, it does look like the SNP might have lost Aberdeen South to the Conservative Party. We will have to wait and see. I don't know when we're expecting. Hi, Josh. You're most welcome for the coverage. Thank you for being here. I don't know when the Scottish results are expected. Actually, I assume earlier than Makerfield, but I don't know. Like I say, I feel like 4 a.m. is a late by-election for no. If it had been declared at 2 and then there was a recount, it had to get pushed to 4. That makes sense. I think Runcorn and Helsby ended up being about 4:30 or 5 in the morning because of the recount. So yeah, 4 or 5 in the morning seems very, very late for this count to finish. But who knows? Maybe they're under promising and over delivering. Maybe it'll be earlier. Yeah, I just saw that Canada score out the corner of my eye. 4-0, wasn't it? I think. I don't know. Oh, there it is. Oh, 5-0 now. My goodness, against Qatar. So yeah, that's a good performance from the home side there. Switzerland won 4-1. And Mexico South Korea tonight will be a good game. They'll both want to win because it will essentially mean one of them's guaranteed to go through top, won't it? Almost, depending on how much they win by, because they both won their first game. So yeah, that'd be a good game later. So the turnout in Makerfield is 59%. So it's a bit less than that rumour that we saw. 59%, up from 53%. I thought it was 52%, but I will defer to election maps for the sake of 1%. So that means there's 45,338 votes to get through. And what did I say? It was, hang on, 769 is 1%. So I'm going to say we're up by 7% there. So there's an extra, 5,400 people have voted in this by-election compared to 2024. So that's good to see at least. Thank you for tagging me in that, Welsh Reformer. We can ignore that prediction. Yeah, you see some interesting things on X, don't you? Yeah, there's going to be a lot of conservatives are back chat on X over tomorrow. Look, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? I said they're inconsistent. The thing is, they can do this week, with their big wins and big vote share gains. And look, like I've said, they're very good results. They are. But then next week, you won't be surprised if they have a massive decline in vote share somewhere. So it's just not consistent for them at the moment. But it does. Well, it has felt to me like Reform lost a little bit of momentum last year. They had that glow up after the local elections in May 2025, where they did better than really anybody was expecting them to. I mean, let's look at that counties map now. It's incredible. The amount of Reform colour on that. Look at it. There's the Conservatives basically got wiped out last year, and Reform took over all of these councils. Extraordinary performance for them. And then in the wake of that, into the summer of last year, about this time last year, I think it was in July, August, they got up to about 33% in some polls, and it looks like they'd struck the killing blow to the Tories. It looked like they were going to go march on towards 40% in the polls. But it didn't happen. They sort of stalled out and then came back down towards 30%. And then this year you had the defections of Robert Jenrick and Suella Braverman, which I thought, to be perfectly honest, particularly the defection of Jenrick, because he had done very well in the Conservative leadership election. I thought that might be the opening of the floodgates of a lot of Conservative sort of waverers, people that were hanging on, hoping for a change. I thought that might induce them to come across to Reform, but it didn't. It didn't work, and they haven't had a boost really. They had a little bit of post election pickup in the polls. They have had since May of this year. They're back up towards 30%. Obviously, 28% of my poll of polls. They were 30 2 weeks ago. But they seem to have just hit. They have hit the stoppers a little bit. So, and look, they're going to have to figure it out somewhere. Like I've said, and I'll maintain, one of the two have got to die. Reform and the Tories can't coexist. And if they do, the British right will not win. All the while those two exist together, there will not be a right wing government, in my view, because they're going to get in each other's way too much. So, yeah, thanks, Dana. We've seen the turnout at Makerfield is up about 7 points on 2024. That's just under 5,000 extra voters. Cole Mitchell, no, you're right. And I was talking about this earlier. We were talking about first past the post. Cole Mitchell said, "Don't think 40% will happen in the current fractured climate," and it won't. It won't happen. But I was saying earlier that with first past the post, and I hope we keep it. What will happen is these parties will have to come to accommodations with each other. They will have to form coalitions in amongst themselves, and then therefore form new parties or new iterations of parties. So whether that is a new Conservative Party. Now, I don't think that will work because I think the Conservative Party brand is so broken. If Reform and the Conservatives go together under the Conservative banner, I don't think that will go particularly well. I think the Conservative brand is very damaged. But these coalitions of parties on right and left, Conservatives and Reform and maybe Restore, and on the left, Liberal Democrats, maybe Liberals, Labour and Green, they're going to have to form basically two other blocks that take up the new two-party system. Because you're right, in this climate, you're not going to get 40%. So that's why I say one of them's got to die. Enough that the remnants of one of them gets amalgamated into the other. And then you can start talking about 40% again. Chris Falling 9281 says, the part that worries me about Reform is all the Conservative members in it. Well, don't be too down on Conservative members, because actually the membership of the Conservative Party was pretty right wing. Not all of them, but the Conservative membership, certainly in the 2016 to 2024 era, the Conservative Party membership was a lot more right wing than the Conservative Parliamentary Party was. So, and I think that's a large part of why Reform has been so successful. There's a lot of fuel for the Reform jets on that disaffected Conservative membership. So don't be too down on Conservative members. I do think Conservative politicians, now obviously there's been a line drawn in the sand, isn't there? No more defections. We'll see obviously if that holds. I can see why people were concerned about Conservative politicians coming across, but the membership was pretty right wing. Certainly more so than, like I said, than the Parliamentary Party, or a lot of the Parliamentary Party was. Well, thank you all for being so involved. The live chat's been going like the clappers all evening. Still 460 of you watching here as we get round to 1 o'clock in the morning. So I said turnout figure about midnight, 1 o'clock, didn't I? So I don't, if they've already know the turnout, sorry, excuse me, if they already know the turnout, then surely a result is not going to be as far away as 4 o'clock. That's another 3 hours. And thank you for following on X as well, guys. That's most appreciated. I will do my best to use the account a bit more. Anything new here? Labour source is increasingly confident in, says Dan Hodges. I mean, he's been gagging for Reform to not win this, but it does look a lot like the Labour Party, or no, not the Labour Party. Looks like Burnham has won this by-election. It's seen that way. British electoral politics as well. Labour increasingly confident they will win the Makerfield by-election. So look, with those things coming out, Sarah Poachin's statement, I think it seems pretty certain that Labour are going to win, or Burnham are going to win. Burnham is going to win, sorry. So it's all down to by how much, and how much do Restore get. I think that's the only question we've got left tonight. It doesn't seem like there's going to be a twist in this one. A lot of people reporting things going Burnham's way. There's another one there. Sources say going Andy Burnham's way. So it is going to be a Burnham victory, and therefore you are going to have an Andy Burnham premiership, it would appear. Still mixed messages about Aberdeen South. Again, another one. This is GB Politics, which again I'm a little bit sus on their sources, but it might well be. Confident that Labour are saying that they're confident they've won. So, Yeah, Mark Keith, I think, is the only one saying that Reform have won this at the moment. Dan Hodges says that Nigel Farage has left Makerfield as well. So it would... I don't know if that's true, by the way. So I mean, there's a lot of noise coming out. I don't think he's won it by that much. Maybe he has, but I would be surprised if he's won it by so much that they would know or be confident that he's won 3 hours out from the declaration. But who knows? I might be wrong. Maybe he has landslided it. I don't know. So, Prime Minister Andy Burnham. How do we feel about that? So I'm just checking on some messages, seeing if there's anything new I can bring you, but there isn't. Keith Sire says, yuck, it can only get worse. Archie says, worried at the least. Q says, what's his stance on social media bans? Probably the same. There's some Restore people saying, thank you, Rupert, for getting rid of Starmer. Fair point. The problem is you can only use that if it gets better under Burnham. If it gets worse under Burnham, you have to shoulder the responsibility for putting me in. That's how it works, I think. It does look like Nigel Farage has left the count in Makerfield. 2 people have said that now. So yeah, looks like Reform have conceded, basically, essentially, for all intents and purposes. If you have joined us in the last, well, how long are we going for now? 2 hours 40 minutes. If you joined us in the last hour or so, if you're a regular viewer of the channel, you may wonder what this map is. And I'm not going to go through it all again, but essentially, sorry for those of you who listened to it all earlier. This is the newborn child that is going to be the Election Watch hub. At the moment, it's just a map with some features on it. You can see all the different coloured councils that are coloured as per the party that controls them or is the leader of a coalition or minority administration. And you can hover over them and you can see the name and you can see the controls. So there, East Suffolk is controlled by a coalition of the Greens, led by the Greens, which is why it's green on the map, Liberal Democrats and Independents. So you get little tooltips like that. And then you can zoom in. Where should we zoom into? I'm trying to think somewhere I've definitely got votes in. Let's go into West Northamptonshire. And then you see now there should be a blue outline around the local authority to make it more obvious which ones which wards belong to which local authority, but I seem to have broken that, so I have to fix that. Then you can go over the wards, and likewise you get a tooltip come up. It shows you which parties currently have the seats, so based off the colour code at the top there, so you can see in Woodford and Weedon it's Reform and the Conservatives. If you've got a party that's just fully controls and it's the solid in their country, so you can go through all that. You can click on a ward, any of these wards, and it will bring up the last election data. So this is from last year. It says election date unknown. That's because I haven't filled in the field on the sheets, but this is Daventry South, West Northamptonshire Council. Last election, you can take my word for it, was last year, 2025, and Reform won with 37.4% of the votes. The biggest swing at the moment is a little bit irrelevant for a lot of these because, like this one, there's only one election in the sheet, so it's not referencing anything. So, but in future, once we get more data in there, it will show which party basically had the biggest move in vote share. It's not really swing because swing is dynamic; it's one party to another, whereas this is just linear. Which party moved the most? So if it's up or down, it will show that. So yeah, this is on its way. And like I said, this is now that it's out there. This is the first time I'm showing this on the channel. This is going out there to you guys. So this is a community thing now. So I'd like to hear your suggestions for how to improve it, what features you would like to see added. Like I said, in the future, I would like this to be when we do our live streams for the local elections in future. I'd very much like this to have a live feature on it that can show seats changing as and when the votes come in. So that's one thing I'm planning on doing with it. But yeah, any ideas you've got, because the ambition is that this will become a website. At the moment, it's just on my PC, but the ambition is for this to become a website that you guys can all freely access. And I want us to build this together as a community. So all of the ideas, get them in the live chat. Even better, check back into the video after the live stream's ended and leave a comment, because I'm more likely to see that. So yeah, do get involved. And from now on, I'll use this map for our by-election roundup videos as well. So you'll see this again tomorrow or later today, actually, when I do the by-election roundup video for all these by-elections that are happening outside of the parliamentary ones. Thank you, Crowley. Yeah, it's been a bit of hard work. I'm not a coder at all, so I've used AI heavily to help me make this. But yeah, it's kind of over. It's not totally over to you. It's still me doing it, but I'd love to hear your input and your ideas of things you would like to do if you were using it. What would you like to be able to do? What would you want to see? What would you want to be able to click on? What information would you like to see? And like I said, the grand ambition, and it is a grand ambition because, look, I'm still a small channel. It's 16,000 subs. Never thought I'd get this far. Thank you all of you who have subscribed. And if you're here watching and you haven't yet subscribed, please do subscribe and join and contribute to this project. But the grand ambition is that we can actually have a tangible effect on the people turning out to vote. Now, I know that's a grand ambition, but it gives us something to aim for, doesn't it? And it would be really cool to play some part. I mean, we'll never know, will we? Realistically, I'm not going to claim that the general election turnout's gone up because of me, but yeah, it would be really cool if in the future people come up to me or said to me in the comments, you know, I'm kind of got interested in politics thanks to this channel, thanks to the hub. So let me know what you think. Kenyon has conceded, has he? Well, I'm not surprised. If Nigel Farage has sacked it off and gone home, we knew that was coming. Aberdeen South is going to be very close. Does look like the Conservatives have won that. They're edging up towards 100. This has been a very good, low key. This has been a very, very good night for the Conservative Party. Never mind Andy Burnham. And there you go. The SNP candidate has conceded the Aberdeen South by-election. So the Tories have won in Aberdeen South. So they've won two very big wins off of Reform, and they've won a parliamentary by-election in Scotland off of the SNP. They held on in Swansea in Mumbles, and they've got one in New Forest, which I don't know if that's coming in tonight or what. But basically, whatever happens from this point on, it's been a very good night for the Tories. Are they back? Am I going to end up with egg on my face here, guys? Because I've been saying, thanks, Welsh, for me. I just saw your tag me in a tweet. Thanks for that, mate. Am I going to have egg on my face? Because I have been saying adamantly that they're finished. Is Kemi Badenoch going to humble me? Aberdeen is a very good result, Becky Twig. Yeah. I have to admit, I thought that would be an SNP win with Reform sort of costing the Tories there. So interestingly as well, it may be that Reform have done poorly in Aberdeen as well. Swish, I don't think Farage will walk away soon. I don't see that being likely at all. If under this Burnham Premiership that we are now poised to have, barring a big change in direction in the next few hours, if in that case Labour resurge in the polls, the Tory voters in response to that go back to the Tories, and Reform starts plummeting down, and they end up losing the lead and ending up maybe even third. Now this would be catastrophic. Maybe then he walks. Maybe. But as it stands at the moment, no. Look, this has been a bad evening for Reform, that's for sure. But we're only a month on from a very, very good evening for Reform, and only a year on from another very good evening for Reform. In the last 2 years, they've gained, almost 3,000 councillors, gained control of a handful of councils. We looked at that county map. Let's do it again. Look at all these councils Reform now control. So they're building this sort of ecosystem. They are still leading in the polls by about 8 points. Yes, this evening is a bit bruising for them, but the things don't change on one evening. Or they might. They might change on this evening because of the Burnham factor. If he turns the Labour Party around, then that could be actually quite a seismic thing. But in terms of the Tories having a good night tonight, which they have, and I totally acknowledge that, it means nothing if they go and lose a load next week. I'm a Man United fan, right? And for the last 10 years, I've been watching United, and we have a good result. We win 3-0, and everybody says United are back. And I go, yeah, but it doesn't make a difference if we go and lose to Stoke next week 2-0, does it? And then we go and do it. So I think that's where the Tories are at the moment. It's a trend. They need a long period of good performance, and they haven't had that. I have egg on my face, says Arjon. Well, I don't think I have egg on my face yet. Like I say, I'm not conceding defeat on one evening of good results for the Tories. Maybe in a year's time I will. I'll accept it if I do. That's fine. If I get humbled, that's it. That's the price you pay for having a bold prediction, isn't it? That's fine. Cole Mitchell, a rough evening isn't the end of the world. No, of course it's not. Of course it's not. I do think the thing that Reform might struggle with a little bit when they have rough evenings is that they're a very new party and they don't have the longevity to sort of the psychology of it, because it's all been very good news for pretty much 2 years for Reform. They've really not had bad results, with a few exceptions. They've all been pretty good. This year, looks like they've lost 2 parliamentary by-elections. Sam Pinder says he's going to unsubscribe because I'm a United fan. That's fair enough. Yeah, I should have been. I should exercise more discretion, obviously. I think the Reform this year might have lost now 2 parliamentary by-elections. which is not great, obviously, for them. Well, when I say lost, I mean they haven't lost the seats, obviously. They just haven't won the contest. I just think the psychological game is going to be a bit fragile for Reform. Could be fragile for Reform because they're a lot of their activists, a lot of their councillors are not experienced politicians. A lot of them are new to it, and so riding out the lows will be a new thing because they've been very used to sitting on the highs. And the Tories will do their utmost over the next week because of this good week that they've had to really stick the knife in. And what I think we've seen actually over the Makerfield campaign is a concerted effort to demoralise the reform activist base, and we've seen that from the Tories, we've seen that from Restore as well. So I think there is just this feeling at the moment that Reform are a little bit vulnerable, even though they had a very good week just in the beginning of May there. I think there's this feeling that there is a little bit of a soft underbelly to Reform, that the psychology is fragile, and the mind games have started a little bit. You know, this idea that Restore have all the momentum, which they might do, but it's very difficult to prove. And the Tories saying, you know, well, look at Kemi Badenoch's leadership, leader approval ratings. You know, she's leading. It is mind games. I think there's a lot of demoralisation going on. Cole Mitchell doesn't like Restore at all. Yeah, well, look, they're going to be very. It's quite interesting because, like I said, I've seen Dan Hodges, journalist on X, who for the last 4 weeks has been one of the chief cheerleaders of the Restore campaign in Makerfield. He's been very much pretty thinly veiled opposition to Reform winning this by-election, and has been cheerleading Restore's efforts. And I just find it funny because people like him, if Restore end up, if they end up doing if they do end up taking the momentum away and steaming ahead, people like him will hate it. He will hate Restore, but at the moment they're useful to his and people like his agendas, so they're willing to sort of boost them basically. Like I said, as mind games. I think it is mind games. People gravitate to Restore because they don't trust Farage. Is it reality? Do you know what's quite interesting? I can't remember where I saw it now. It was a fairly reputable source said that actually a lot of the people in Makerfield that this person spoke to, or whoever they had spoken to, said that they actually saw Restore as the more moderate option because of all the stories about Nigel Farage over the years. They've stuck. And look, again, people don't really know Rupert Lowe that well, and they saw Restore as the moderate option rather than they saw Reform as the extreme option, which is quite interesting, isn't it? Because Restore would say it's the other way around. Peace and love. Don't you have the channel United Stands? Yes. Yeah, I am a subscriber to United Stands. I do like a bit of Mark Goldbridge. Cole Mitchell, yeah, well, that's what they were saying. You know, and this is what I mean, because they're not that well known yet as a party. And clearly, from whatever these people knew, they saw Reform as more extreme because of Nigel Farage, because there's been a lot of stories about him over the, think about all the stories about him over the decades being an extremist. They've stuck with a lot of people. And look, Farage is quite polarizing. People love him or hate him. If you look at his approval ratings, there's very few don't knows, because people either very much like him or not. Yeah, I think we've got another. Is that another one? No, I think we had that one earlier. I think election map's just a bit slow. I've just seen a by-election result pop up, but I think we saw this. It was applied hold, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, applied hold, down a lot, but I think this was the one in. So again, Reform came very close. Applied down 34 points. I think this might have been the. This may have been the ward in Wrexham where there was only 2 or 3 last. Oh, I'll tell you what, let's go and look. Let's go to Wrexham. That one. And then we've got to find Queensway. I'll tell you what's easier. Just go to the by-election roundup. That'd be easier, wouldn't it? Using my own map. Come on. Right. So Queensway ward is that one. So this is last time's data. There's three on the ballot paper, and Ply got 75% of the vote. So obviously, there this time was another. No, there's only two more to be fair. And actually, the Greens only got 4.7% of the vote. So yeah, Reform did do quite a bit of damage to Plaid there, actually, in all fairness. Labour also down 6 points. So, yeah, okay, interesting. I mean, that's the Welsh Reform will tell you more than I can, but that's going to be the battle for Wales, isn't it, in the coming years, assuming Reform don't implode. It's going to be a battle between Reform and Plaid Cymru, it seems. It does, doesn't it, Magic Show? When you look at that Seneth result, Reform and Plaid Cymru, clearly the two leaders. No one else really close to them at the moment. But, like I said, for Reform, in particular, that level of support, I think across the country, is thin. People are not they're not fully buying into it yet. They're giving Reform a go. This is the try before you buy. All right, I'll let you run my council. How do you do that? And then I'll give you a chance of running the country. And look, I think those two results, particularly the ones in Essex, where the Tories kind of trounced Reform tonight, they're slightly idiosyncratic to that area where those councillors have resigned immediately, basically after being elected, and I'm not surprised to see Reform lose those because of that. Look, think about it logically. Use some critical thinking. 4 weeks ago, in Rochford and in Raleigh West in Essex, the electorate voted for Reform. 4 weeks later, they haven't suddenly massively changed their mind, or their politics hasn't changed dramatically. They've just had something that frankly has pissed them off, which is a councillor taking the mickey, or in the case certainly of the Raleigh one, being an undesirable who had to be kicked out of the party, has triggered a by-election, and the electorate have said, well, this is not serious. You're not a serious party, so I'm not going to vote for you again. That's what Reform needs to get out of doing, in my opinion. R John 4143 says no Muslims vote for Reform because their chairman is Mohammed Sayer Yusuf. Didn't work. Wasn't the case in Gorton and Denton, though, was it, John? I'm not sure there's many Muslim majority places that are voting for Reform, so I'm not sure you can quite back that up. Music to travel to sport. Yeah, thanks. We've seen the SNP have conceded Aberdeen South. Yeah, so look, great result for the Tories. Two very good results in Essex and a very, very good result in Aberdeen. So they're getting +1 to their MPs in Parliament tonight. It has been a good night for the Tories. The Tories are stealing Burnham's thunder, aren't they, really? Samuel Pinder. Bradford have voted Reform, that's true, but well, Mostly, Bradford is a reform minority council, isn't it? I think. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of Bradford wards that are not in the inner city. Um, yeah, music to travel to sport. I just mentioned your thing about SNP conceding Aberdeen South. Thank you for letting us know. We saw it a little while ago. Aberdeen has been won by the Tories. You don't feel the need to say it again. Thank you. Bradford are voting reform. Unfortunately, I haven't got the bloody wards on here. Otherwise, I'd look at it. I haven't been able to look at it because my map doesn't have the updated ward boundaries for Bradford. I was surprised that they did well there. The Greens didn't do very well in Bradford, which was the Greens lost seats in Bradford net, which is very interesting. So I'll tell you what then, because there is clearly Restore supporters in the chat, which is great. I'm glad that you're here watching. I have a serious question then, and I would greatly appreciate it if you answered in a reasonable manner and not some hyperbole. What is it that makes you think that Reform / Nigel Farage in particular is going to be pro-immigration when he gets in power? I'm curious to know what it is. I'll be interested to hear the response to it because that's the one thing I can't quite. Yeah, George McPherson, thank you. Bradford is, I think it's Reform minority, isn't it, at the moment? But you have a Leeds United badge there, so I will defer to you. You clearly will probably know more than me, so I may be wrong. Yeah. Butty says very soft wording in his interviews. Okay. And it's not a gotcha question. I'm just genuinely curious to know what your thoughts are as Restore supporters. He said Islam will dominate by 2050. Did he say that in a positive way? The thing is, so who knows, says Reform are pro-immigration because there are too many former Tories who supported immigration in the party. But at the moment, all of their policies are anti-immigration, aren't they? This is the thing I can't quite get my head around with it. But because basically, I think with the Tories, I get it. I understand, and I understand why people don't believe the Tories because they've just been in government for 14 years. I get that, and I understand when people say, well, they've got Tories in there, not least Suella Braverman and Robert Jenrick, who were in cabinet, of course, during the Boris Wave time or that sort of period of time. I get that, but the individuals, they think this is where we maybe have forgotten what cabinet government is. Do we understand how cabinet government works? Sure, recuse and echo saying about the Islamic vote and insinuating they won't be deporting them, but Restore Britain haven't said they're going to be deporting them either. Didn't Rupert Lowe's son just marry a Muslim as well? So if you're going about Muslim deportation, which by the way I don't think we should be talking about because I don't believe that we should be deporting anybody because of their religion, I don't think you're going to get that with a guy whose daughter-in-law is a Muslim. That seems quite unlikely to me. Look, this is all I'm saying, because I don't, when it comes, because we've got a lot of Restore voters in the chat, or supporters in the chat. That's just what I wanted to get into it with, because I see the pessimism about reform, which I don't fully understand, although I kind of get it with the Tory thing. But what makes you think that Restore and Low would do that, or do you not think it will be Low? Do you think it'll be somebody else? Is it reality? I think they took in Jemrick and Braverman because they wanted people who were mainstream, and that there was a risk to that. I think the issue is, in a first past the post system, in a country like Britain, where there is a lot of moderate people. Most people in the UK are moderate. They don't have very strident views on a lot of things. You have a certain cap on how well you can do if if you are just a group of outsiders. I think that's true. So I think they're trying to appeal to the moderate voter, and there's a risk with that, because it's basically form restore. That was always the risk, that you lose the base, I guess. Rail Duke says he's banning halal slaughter. Yeah, that's true. I have heard that's a policy. I don't know if it's officially a policy, but that's not deporting people, is it? If that's what you wanted, that's not deporting people, so you can't shift the goalposts. Anyway, look, we just to put my 2 cents out there, we shouldn't be deporting people based off their religion. As much as I am a Christian man, we have been given the freedom by God to choose to follow him or not, and it's not our place as humans to impose upon other people to follow a religion or to not follow one, in my view. So that's their conscience with God. That's their decision to come to. That's my 2 cents on that bit. I just wanted to make that clear. So look, yeah, there's obviously a debate, isn't there? I think a large part of this will come down to essentially. Look, I think do you know what? I think one thing about Restore that I admire is that they have brought into focus the question of what does it actually mean to be British. I quite like that, because I think that's something that we've kind of, with the age of multiculturalism, have sort of shied away from really tackling and talking about. And does being British just mean you've got a passport? Because I think a lot of people probably disagree with that, actually. If you really ask them about it, I think it's got to mean more for any country, not just Britain. I think for any country in the world, it's got to mean something more than just a piece of paperwork that can be applied for and essentially bought. So I quite admire Restore for the fact that they're bringing that aspect into it. Now, I don't think I would necessarily agree with a lot of Restore people on what it really means to be British. And Britain is it's a bit of a funny. It's got a certain aspect to it that other countries don't have, and that's a hangover from our empire. Because, English or British is the other one. Kong on dubs. You are right. I think they're 2 separate things, which is what I'm kind of getting into here, because, of course, subjects of the British Empire in places such as Canada and India, and all the other places that the empire were British subjects, and so that's why this sort of idea of being British is a more international concept. It's a hangover from that. Now, of course, the difference is, in the Victorian times, at the height of the empire, or the latter Victorian times anyway, the subjects of the British Empire were the subjects of the British Empire, but in their own native countries. And what we've had in the 20th century and particularly in the 21st century, is obviously a mass movement of people from those places to here. And I think, obviously, the government has been or governments of various, both stripes, Conservative and Labour, have been far too liberal in dealing out British citizenship, I think, and that's an issue that we have. But yeah, um, I think that I do admire Restore for sort of bringing that conversation into focus because it's one we need to tackle. I believe. Veen is correct. Yeah, citizenship and subject status has never been ethnically determined. That is correct. Yeah, certainly not in the age of sort of when we've had legal constructs and legal codes and stuff. That's never been a thing. It just sort of used to be by default until the latter half of the 20th century. Civnats versus ethnats. Basically, it is Mark Littlewood. Yeah, it is. And I think, and again, look, how we've got 310 viewers. If I start talking about grafting in from the Book of Romans, are we going to drop all the way down to 100? But I think I think as a Christian, I don't think I can be an ethnat because I find that is far too exclusionary. That we're all created in the image of God. Each person deserves the respect that comes with that. So I don't think I could be an ethnat personally, based off of that. Really, we are all, like I say, all created in the image of God, and the concept of Christianity is very much that Gentiles like me have been grafted into the nation of Israel. So by the grace of God. So I think there has to be an element of, as a nation, and I appreciate there's a deeply theological thing there, and I'm not trying to appropriate the biblical theology, but the way I see it, if God is gracious enough to graft us sinners into his righteous kingdom, then I think us as British people should have some grace to be able to graft some people who are deserving, and that's where it's different between the Christian theology, because we're not deserving of being grafted in. But people who are deserving of being grafted into our British nation, people who actually do love our country and come here to live by our laws and customs and traditions and are happy to assimilate, and they're not going to push their way of life on us and all these things, I think we should be happy to allow those people in. No, that's not Millionaire Explorer. You're not listening to what I've just said. That's not what I just said, is it? You know, don't just misquote me, because that's not what I said. That's not true. I made it quite clear just then that it should be for people who deserve it, who come and offer something. Darren Cess, thank you very much for tuning in. I wasn't planning on talking about the Book of Romans in this live stream, but here we are. Let's see if we've got any more. Let's see if we've got any more results coming in. We've ended up on the Welsh Reformers profile there. What's we been tagged in now? Arbroath and Broughty Ferry by-election turnout. Oh yeah, I saw something about this. Turnout's down a lot there, down to 31%. So the people in Arbroath, Arbroath, I don't know. Yeah. We've heard from quite a lot of people that Farage has left Makerfield. So we're kind of just waiting, really, aren't we, for the confirmation at this point? We know the SNP have conceded Aberdeen South. This person allegedly saying that Labour have taken it by just shy of 300 votes. That's a very slim margin. So I would be surprised. Nigel Farage wouldn't have left Makerfield already if it was that close, would be my guess. So I think that's probably not quite true. Kevin Edger says Reform are in the mud in Essex. Let's just show Kevin Edger the map. There's Essex. So look, the Tories are going to love it. Look, they've had a very good result. The boundary doesn't quite match up here because I had to I updated these wards myself. I don't think Reform are quite in the mud in Essex. They just won it quite comprehensively off of the Conservative Party 4 weeks ago. But they have had a very bad night tonight. Like we said, we've already covered it, the idiosyncratic reasons. And the Tories have done very well. That is true. But Reform are not in fact in the mud in Essex. Very good. Well, we're just kind of in a bit of a lull here, aren't we? We've had a few by-election results come in. I've got the. I seem to have the chat talking about Christianity now, which is great. That's good. Let's talk about. We can talk about Christianity. That's fine. Let's. Should we turn this into a worship live stream? That'd be cool. I can't play the guitar though. Well, John, I don't know if you're talking to me, but I do not sound like an Anglican. Me. I don't know if you're talking to me or somebody else. Yeah, let's get crosses in the chat. Crosses in the chat for our Lord and Savior. Let's go. Thank you to 300 of you watching along at 1:30 in the morning. Like I say, really at this point, kind of waiting for the. I was hoping there was going to be a bit of a twist, to be honest with you, just for the drama of it. I was hoping that obviously Polymarket it's probably gone up to 100% now. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised. Not quite. He's on 96%. Yeah, I was hoping just for the drama that this was going to do what Aberdeen South did, a bit of that action. That would have given us something to talk about, but no, it's been pretty straightforward, isn't it? We started the night with Burnham on about 93%. He's now a 97% chance. So yeah, there's been no drama. It's been straightforward. Really, we're kind of waiting to see how much Restore get, aren't we? Here the crosses. Love that. Messi, Laura, shame Nigel and Rupert don't get along. Restorm would be a great party name. It would. Maybe that's the next one. I was trying to think what the next branch might be. Reforge Britain. Maybe that's the next one that'll branch out. Rupert Lowe will say something a little bit too pro-immigration, and there'll be a Reforge Britain movement that starts. Maybe Restorms down the line. Yeah. Mark Littlewood, yeah, thanks for that. Senior reform source at the Makerfield account not looking good. I mean, I think, to be honest with you, at no point this evening have I really thought that Reform are going to win this. Like I said, I was hoping to, just for the drama to have something to talk about, but it's not really panned out that way. I came in thinking Labour would win it by 4 to 8 points. I think I'm still probably in that camp. But the longer it goes on without any sign of a result being declared, and Nigel Farage has allegedly left already, Labour are saying they're very happy, Reform are doing damage control. Maybe they won it by more. Maybe they have won it by more. Yeah, John, she's been rolling the pitch for the last few hours for second place. Like I said, their very initial comment at 10 o'clock when the polls closed was, "We're very confident," yada yada yada. And then something else that was sort of an addendum that was a bit of a, you're laying the groundwork there for damage control. But I think it's Yeah, at some point the British right's going to have to decide with itself, or do we just say that we're content with endless left wing government, or do we put our differences to one side and come to some sort of an accommodation with each other? Um, all the while the egos are determining things on the right. It's very bad news for the country, frankly, because in my view, left wing government is not good. That's my opinion. This is why the live streams are good, because you get me on the live streams. You get me talking about politics, in my opinion, and you get me quoting the Book of Romans. You don't get that on the by-election roundup, do you? So that's why it's worth staying to 1:30 in the morning on a live stream. But yeah, I my opinion is left-wing government's not good, and the right need to reworm. Okay, yeah, the right need to figure it out. Otherwise, we'll just have endless left-wing government, basically. Or the other point is reform and restore sort of tear each other apart, and then out of nowhere the Tories come through and say, well, look, we're the serious party, leave these two bitching about whatever in the corner and we'll actually do the job properly. That's the other thing that could happen. That is the other thing that could happen. That's an interesting perspective, Mark Littlewood. Yeah, the shake-up on the right is still happening. It's like a US primary at the moment. That's very true. Yeah, it's true. It's kind of, I think you're kind of getting at the same angle that I've been saying about first past the post, in that we have at the moment this very fractured party system with sort of too many parties that first past the post knows what to do with. And at the moment, they're kind of all on manoeuvres, and eventually they're going to have to come to accommodations and form these new coalitions that will eventually form the next two-party system. How that will look, we don't know, but it won't, it can't, with first past the post, carry on with this five parties, um, even six, seven if you include Plaid Cymru uh, and the SNP as well. And then if Restore do end up getting up into the teens percent, that's eight. You know, first past the post crumbles at that point. You have people getting a majority government on about 24% of the vote. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I like your analogy there. It's like a US primary. It's true. Um, Madison Hampton, Reform UK have the Manchester mayoral to come. Uh, they do, but Labour have kind of rigged the election. If you, well, not they haven't rigged the election. That's a serious accusation. So I rescind that. But they have rigged the rules. Let me just get the news story back up again. One moment. Labour have changed the electoral process for this Manchester by-election. So this was due to come in, I think, in 2028. So it was previously supplementary voting until 2021 when Boris Johnson changed it. But now that Labour have rushed through this change, this was yesterday or the day before yesterday now, on the 17th. Labour rushed through this change to how the mayors are voted for. So it's not first past the post anymore, which if it had been, Reform most likely would have won quite convincingly. It's now a supplementary voting system, which I don't know how that works, to be honest with you. I don't know what the deal is with that, but that's how it used to be. So it was always planning. The government had planned to put it back that way in 2028, but they brought it forward, seemingly specifically for this election. So it's not necessarily a straightforward thing. There you go. The Tories have won Aberdeen South according to Polymarket. We can close that one off. That's a done deal. And Burnham's up to 99% in Makerfield as well. So I think we can probably close that one really too. We are just waiting for the confirmation at this point. So yeah. So yeah, it's not a done deal. Reform with the Manchester mayoral election. It could go against them with the proportional bit in there. Mark Littleworth says, Littlewood says the SVP will be worth about 7 points to Labour, probably still a reform win. Okay, fair enough. Did I use Polymarket? Well, I had it up. It's a good way of. It's the only way really you get of tracking things that happen as they happen. I wasn't using it as a gospel reference. It's just something interesting to look at on the screen. Declaration imminent from Aberdeen South. Cool. Thanks for that, Sam Pinder. We'll keep an eye out for that. We'll see how close it was. It seems like it probably will be quite close between the SNP and the Tories. Well, thank you to you, heroes. We've had 18,000 people check into the live stream, which again is phenomenal. 320 of you kicking about here at 1:40 a.m. British summer time, which is brilliant. So, round of applause, claps in the chat for all of you here who are seeing the night through with me. We are just waiting for, really, at this point, the Makerfield by-election declaration, which seems to be a foregone conclusion as to the result. As in who's going to win, but pretty much just to see how the dice fall. So we'll see how that comes in, and then afterwards we'll have a little chat about it, and then we'll call it a night. I mean, and again, the last I heard is expecting a 4 a.m. declaration, but it's 20 to 2, and it seems to have already been won. So I feel like it's going to be more like 2 o'clock, half 2, but I could be wrong. Not close in Aberdeen, really. It was an easy win for the Tories, was it? Okay, interesting. Thank you to all of you who have followed along on X as well. If you're watching and you haven't yet followed and you use X, it's at elect_watch UK. I think. Is it UK? Hang on, can't remember. Yes, it is. At elect_watch UK over on X. You get some by-election previews on there. This week there'll be another by-election preview video because, as you can see on this map, there is a hell of a lot of by-elections next week. 2 up in Scotland. We've got again a handful in Wales, up in Warrington, St Helens, Staffordshire, Cambridgeshire, loads in London. There's loads of green defences in London, and also Brighton on the south coast as well. So we'll be doing a video for that because that's too many posts for me to write on X. Yeah, so this is the sort of the first iteration of this map that I was telling you about, and this is when I first started making it, this was the main thing really, to have something for the by-elections each week. And then I thought, actually, why don't we flesh it out a bit more? And so now it's become this grand ambition to be this hub in future times. So yeah, I'm excited about this. Excited about this little project. And like I said, you guys, I need you in the comments getting involved with your suggestions on how to improve it and what features you would like to see. It'd be cool. I just think that like the idea of this sort of just having like a elections 2027 tab, and it's all sort of data coming in and it all updates live, is very exciting to me. It might be a bit too ambitious, but hey ho, we've got to be ambitious, haven't we? Q saying about the issue with Peter Murrell, SNP chairman, treasurer, wasn't he? SNP, sorry, Nicola Sturgeon's ex-husband. That might have played into the result in Aberdeen South as well, to be fair. I think the oil and gas thing's probably the bigger one because of the huge industry that it is up there in the northeast of Scotland, Aberdeen in particular. But that might have helped sway it as well. 14,000 votes is it for Tories in Aberdeen South? Let's go and have a quick look. The Welsh Reformer is my. It's next 10 minutes, okay, as an official declaration, it seems like. I don't know if you guys have already seen it, but the Welsh Reformer is my my resolute tag. He tags me in all the stuff for the live streams. It's very much. Oh crikey! Blimey! If that is the result, then yeah, they've won it by a landslide. 14,000 to the SNP's 8,000. Reform only got 2,500. So wowee! If that is a result, I mean Tom Harwood. I don't think he'd put something out there that isn't true. They've crushed it, haven't they? They've absolutely crushed it. A bit misleading from James Cleverley there. Like I said, people have not changed their minds about reform in 4 weeks. They're just annoyed about the circumstances of those two things. So I won't go into it again. Kevin Edge is right here, and I said it myself earlier. Regardless of what happens in Makerfield, it's been an extraordinary night for the Tories. That result in Aberdeen South is a big one. They've absolutely crushed it. So, there you go. It's the first Scottish Conservative by-election gain since 1967. So that's not bad going. That's not bad going. A very good night for the Conservative Party. We have to say that, and maybe the launch pad for a comeback. Maybe the launch pad for the revival. Possibly. I'm not buying it yet, though. I'm not buying it yet. I think there's some deep-rooted problems and a lot of burnt bridges with the Conservatives on the right. However, if they got themselves into a position where it's, again, similar to 2024, a question of vote Tory or get Labour, they might convince enough people to vote Tory. But they've got a long way to go until they get there. Yeah, British Empire Mapping, just seen it. 14,000 votes, a good, pretty much double what the SNP got, based on what Tom Harwood said there. Does this result show that urban seats are out of the question for the right? Well, the Makerfield result. Do you mean Sam Pinder? Okay, you're just going in a quick timeout. Yeah, I know. 1967, last time the Scottish Tories won a by-election. Sam Pinder. I don't know if you're. Ah, there he is. No, the Aberdeen result. Oh, sorry, I've misread your message, haven't I? Does this result show that urban seats aren't out of the question for the right? Sorry, I beg your pardon. Well, I think the Aberdeen one, there's a very big mitigating circumstance of the industry, the oil and gas thing. That's the big. That's the Martin, it's my fault. I misread his other message. It's does this result show in Aberdeen South? Does this result show urban seats aren't out of the question for the right? I think like I said, the big mitigating thing in Aberdeen is the oil and gas industry. I think that whole northeast of Scotland has tended to be a bit more right leaning based on the industry side of things. Although I don't know, maybe there's a strong workers thing up there back in the day. I don't know, in all honesty. I think in England at least the urban situation is a lot different because of the demographics, um, and because a lot of the urban cities in England have universities as well, high student populations, just makes them very very difficult for right wing parties in most of them. John says Margaret Thatcher was in opposition for over 4 years. Give Kemi time. Well, that is true. That is true. Uh, I I would hesitate to draw too many parallels. I think the situations, in some ways, are quite similar, but I think they're quite different as well, more than anything. Um, Raoul Duke says that if Labour won by a big margin, that could mean Restore has taken a big bite out of Reform. It could mean that. I just think if Restore have overperformed their polling by a significant amount, remember the average of their polling was 7%. If Restore, sorry, these names are going to drive me mad. If Restore have overpolled, I would have expected to have seen more about it on the timeline. At this point, I would have thought more news outlets, because if they had got significantly more than 7%, with Labour basically saying they've won and Reform conceding, we would know by now that Restore had significantly more than 7%, and they would be doing all they could to get that out there. All we've had so far is Rupert Lowe said they've done very well or performed very well, but that for Restore, it, like I said, it could be, if you let Restore have their cake and eat it, that could be 5%. They're a new party. Now, I'll say it again for people who weren't here earlier. I think, being intellectually honest, if Restore gets 7% of the vote, that is an extraordinary result for a party that was just formed in February to stand in their first parliamentary by-election less than 6 months after forming and get 7% of the vote, beating established parties like the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives, would be a phenomenal result. I said that earlier. However, the Restore leadership, not just random people on the internet, but the Restore leadership, the Rupert Lowe's and the others, were saying they were going to win, and they were saying that sincerely. So in my view, Restore can't have their cake and eat it here. You can't claim you're going to win an election and then get 7% and say that you've done a very good job. That's my view, because I think that is having your cake and eating it. I think, and I think that's a bit much. If they had come into this election and said, we're here to do the best we can to make our mark, to win over as many votes as we can from Reform and from Labour for that matter, I'd have said, yeah, fair play. 7% is an awesome result. But yeah, I as much as I personally acknowledge a 7% result for, and I'm saying 7% because that's what most of the polls are saying. But Raoul Duke, you don't have to say you're going to win. Nobody was expecting Restore to win this. Nobody was expecting Restore to win. In 2024, Reform weren't saying they're going to win the general election. And if they had said they were going to win the general election in 2024, their 15% would have looked laughable. But they didn't. But they did get a very, very respectable 15% of the vote, the third most of any party in the country. So, and that was the basis to build on from. I just think that's what I know people won't care. It's just my opinion, but I think that's where Restore should have started personally. Yeah, true. It does get more publicity. That's true. That is true. And this, somebody said it earlier, that this whole by-election for Restore basically has been the big win for them is the publicity from it. It's got their party brand and their leader in front of cameras and in people's psyche, in the brains, in front of the eyes. So yeah, from the publicity side of things, it has been a win for Restore. I think they had a bit of a misstep today with that van though. That was a sign of their that was a sign of their inexperience, I think. I don't think it's a given that Reform won't have a majority now. I don't think so, Crowley. This by-election has been won by the Burnham effect. If it had been a generic Labour candidate, Reform would have won it. A Labour Party source said that earlier, allegedly, according to someone. So the Burnham effect has beaten them in Makerfield. The question is, can he replicate that across the country? Now, his approval ratings took a dive, didn't they? Let's go and see if we can find that quickly. Actually, that's quite an interesting little story, because he was pretty popular pre this. But there was, I think, came out yesterday or the day before yesterday. Now, here we go. Burnham's popularity plunges. Favourable 30, -4, unfavourable 41, up 11. So it's not a foregone conclusion that he comes in, the saviour of Labour, is very popular and things go very well. Things could well get worse, and things could get worse for the Labour Party as well. So he's won this by-election. That does not mean he's going to win a general election. And I also saw a poll that showed it was basically an opinion poll of it was an opinion poll where people were all asked, who would you vote for if Burnham were the leader? And Reform is still ahead by 1 point. So Burnham's done enough to close the gap of 7 or 8 points that it is at the moment to 1 point. But Reform is still ahead, and this will be probably Burnham's high point, because he's inheriting a tough situation that's unlikely to get better. So no, I don't think it's right to say yes, the young Bob Van. Yeah, I think that was a misstep. SNP hold Arbroath. Thank you, Sam Pinder. Chaotic orbit. Do you believe Aberdeen was tactical votes? Good question. Possibly. Yeah, possibly Reform voters said, you know what, let's get the SNP out. Quite possibly, yeah. I don't know, but that is a very feasible explanation for why Reform did so poorly. Yeah. Sam Pinder, Arbroath have declared SNP hold. Thanks, mate. Okay. You're going in a timeout as well, I think. Bye-bye. Look, I don't, just in terms of the chat, because I'm watching a bit more now. I don't mind a bit of back and forth debate in the chats, but keep it civil. Don't be nasty to each other. I was literally saying this earlier, and I was thinking about the right versus the left, but the right versus the right is just as bad, actually. We need to stop being so, what's the word I'm looking for? Desultory, I think, in our discourse with each other. Stop going to low blows. Stop going to insults. Stop going to jibes. Debate ideas. And don't lower yourself to making things personal and making things nasty. There's no need for it. There really is no need for it. And it just makes debate a lot harder. I think the issue is the febrile atmosphere that we have these days. It means a lot of people don't want to talk about things. They would just rather not get involved, which is, yeah. I don't think it was young Bob who did it. He was just the one who posted about it. Certainly he said it wasn't his thing. Whether it is or not, I don't know. But the whole thing was very much promulgated by the Reform. Sorry, oh my goodness. Somebody needs to rename one of these parties. The Restore leadership were all quite joyfully posting about it on X, until it became apparent that it might have broken electoral law, and then they started backpedaling quite furiously. Yeah, I can get the Arbroath numbers up. Let me have a look. Sorry, that was probably the least interesting of the by-elections tonight, which is why I wasn't scrambling to go and get it. I do apologise. No, not that. Hang on. It's not the raw vote numbers, but here is the percentages. So quite close, 2 points in it between SNP and the Labour Party. The Tories beat Reform into third place as well. So, what does it say? Oh, it does say there. So 15,581. Hang on, that says Stephen Gethins. Maybe this is the old result. Maybe that's the 2024 result because Stephen Gethins has just resigned his seat. Yeah, this is the 2024 result. Okay, disregard that. That's not the result. When was this article put up? I don't know. Our votes are being counted. Oh, I searched for results. Come on. I can't seem to find the actual vote numbers just yet. Oh, here we go. It's right there in front of me from the BBC. Arbroath, Broughty Ferry by-election. The SNP have won it quite comfortably. Labour have gone from second, as we just saw, down to fourth. The SNP got 9,800 votes. Very close between the Tories and Reform. Here, the two of them added together would not have beaten... or actually, would they have? No, they wouldn't have, sorry. Wouldn't have beaten SNP. But there's a result. I hope you can see that all right. It might be a bit small on the screen, actually. There you go. So, good result for the SNP there. Very bad result for Labour, who have cratered down from second to fourth on a declining turnout as well, as we saw. Chaotic Orbit, I think the SNP expenses scandal probably played a part in their collapse as well. Yeah, I think that's right. In Aberdeen, I think you're right. I think that probably did factor into the calculus there. No, the Reform didn't make the Tories lose there because if you added all of the Reform votes to the Tories, which, like I say, is a fool's errand because that's not how things work, they come to less than 9,000. So they don't beat the Tories. They don't beat the SNP. So that's not correct. Yes, Crowley, you're right. 26 points down on the huge drop in the turnout in this one. Thank you very much, Hector Marbufa, for the super chat. First super chat for a little while. People don't like having a cavalcade of PMs. I remember when people said Boris was the main problem back in the day. Turns out it wasn't the case. Very true. Yeah, it is. It just, I mean, it doesn't help. Obviously, people don't like it, but also, I'm going to get rid of this now. People don't like it, but also, it's no good for the country's image at large. You know, financial markets, things like that. It just screams instability, which tends to bring a lot of financial market turmoil, and like I say, are sort of standing on the world stage as well. It's just not good. and we definitely need a period of stability. That was supposed to be what this Labour government was going to bring us, but hasn't transpired that way. Here we are, 2:05 in the morning, waiting for Starmer's successor to be confirmed as a new MP for Makerfield. Yeah, less than 2 years in from being elected as PM. Currently, my feed is chock full of Conservatives in jubilant mood. So Restore Britain Rupert Lowe of Restore Britain saying a very important night for our party. Restore Britain must now be treated as serious political. Yeah, well, look, I do agree with that. That is true. I think they should be treated as a serious national political party. Well, let's see what they get. To be fair, but yeah, I mean, prompt them. I think we should prompt them. Why not? I mean, they're clearly here to stay, aren't they? So there's no point in not doing it. Whether they've got staying power is the question. Still no really updates. Still no, not really any updates coming through at the moment, I'm afraid, guys. Thank you for being patient and staying with me. Maybe the 4 a.m. declaration is correct. And if the declaration is at 4 a.m., then it would seem that Labour have won it by quite a significant margin, because it's been quite clear for an hour now already that Burnham has won this. So, this could be a bruising night for reform. Look, the council by-elections on a night like this obviously pale in comparison, but you add them into the mix, the two big losses in Essex, and I know I've mentioned the idiosyncratic nature of those. There are seats that Reform won just 4 weeks ago, so that there's obviously an element of voter frustration with Reform for making them vote again there, I think. But you add those in. They've not won a seat tonight. Oh, sorry, in Conwy they did. They've won seats in Conwy, but it's a bruising one. It is a bruising one. They're nowhere close in Scotland. Losing in Makerfield potentially by a big mark. It depends how much they lose by. If they lose this by 5 points or so, then com si com sa. But if they lose by 10 or more, that's a bit worrying, I think, for them, considering they won this area in the local elections 4 weeks ago with over half the vote. So a bit of thinking required for Reform. They need to step up a gear, I think. They have lost a bit of energy, I think, and that's natural. You know, they steamed ahead for about 18 months non-stop, and they were always going to come up against this time, I think, where a bit of fatigue settled in, and always going to be very. I'm sure I said in early 2025. Sam Pinder, good night, mate. Thank you for sticking around for so long. I think I said 2025. How it was going to be difficult for Reform to maintain that momentum, and it has proved to be that way. I don't think it's over. I certainly don't think it's over. Look, life is not just it's not digital, is it? It's not digital signal life. You don't just go on and off. It's analog. It's a wave, and you go up and down. There's roller coasters. So I would not say it's over for Reform. It could be over, but I'm just saying I don't think it is over. Like I say, this is one night in the last 2 years where things have not gone Reform's way. If that becomes a trend, then obviously that would be a lot more. Reform has lost by 10 or more. Looks like 15-ish. Well, if they lost by 15, then that is, I think, a very bad result. But we'll wait and see. A bruising night. Sam Pinder, before I go to sleep, could Scottish turnout be low because of a lot of Scots are at the World Cup? Quite possibly. The country is emptied. And they've all gone to the World Cup and sod the vote. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. Yeah, Andrew Ramsey. I know Tories won in Aberdeen because of their stance on North Sea oil and gas. I just find it interesting because this was the party that 3 years ago was putting windfall taxes on oil and gas. I mean, I know they've had a change of direction under Kemi. Clearly, the people of Aberdeen buy it. What's my prediction on the restore percentage? Well, I'm sticking with what I said earlier, which is oh no, I didn't do a prediction for restore, did I? I think they'll get around that 7% mark, which is what the pollsters thought they would get. I think, honestly, I think if they had done a lot better or a lot worse than that, we probably would have known. If they'd done a lot better than that, we certainly would have known about it from X. There would have been stories of a surprising number of ballots stacking up for restore. If they had done a lot worse, probably less likely would have heard about it, to be fair. I mean, there have been some couple of people have said Restore have done worse than expected, but they were partisan reform people, so I wouldn't necessarily believe that. I think it's more likely they underperform it than overperform it, just based on the fact we've not heard anything about them overperforming. Can we do a Restore versus Reform poll? There's only 254 people in there now. But yeah, sure, why not? I'm doing this because Raoul Duke, to be fair to him, has stayed here all night and has been asking for this. I don't condone it because I find this very boring, but we're going to do it anyway, which is absolutely fine. So those of you who really want to vote for Restore, you can now do so on this poll. There you go. So here's another point, actually, on the as soon as we're doing the poll. They haven't stood in any council by-elections yet. What do we make of that? You're welcome, Raoul Duke. I'm a benevolent lord. Yeah. What do we think about Restore? Haven't stood a councillor yet a candidate in a by-election for a council yet. Not including the one they had on the 7th of May, anyway. True, yeah, pro-union for the Tories as well. Yeah, I think that somebody else mentioned earlier, chaotic orbit. I think the potential for tactical voting in Aberdeen. I think that's quite likely. With the reform vote being quite low, I think quite likely that a lot of people who did vote for reform in 2024, because they did all right then, voted for Tories this time to get rid of the SNP. Count Binface is in the hall. He's not gone home. Farage has gone home, but Binface is there, being interviewed, ready to make his victory speech. Oh, here we go. This is the one I was talking about. So, Westminster voting intention, Andy Burnham as Labour leader, weighted average of all hypothetical polls. Reformer 1 point ahead. You see, this is the one I was talking about. So, even with Burnham as the leader, Reform is still ahead. Now, obviously, this result far less beneficial to Reform than the current polls are. But there's every chance it gets worse for Burnham from here. It could be that his first week is the high point, and it's all downhill. I mean, I hope that he's a bit more competent than Starmer, just for the sake of the country. To be honest with you, wasn't it incredible how Starmer Starmer's premiership imploded in the first month, basically. The winter fuel payments and then the Southport disaster, Southport tragedy, and he never recovered. Just two absolutely woefully handled events, one of which was entirely self-inflicted, and he just never recovered. It was quite extraordinary. Yeah. So I asked a question and didn't look at the chat. Do we get a question? Did we get an answer on no restore councillors yet in by elections? Um, I mean, I would have. I mean, they are a very new party. Cut them some slack. Uh, but I would have thought with the alleged surge in membership and such, um, that there would have been some by-election candidates been thrown out there by now. Thank you to all of you who have subscribed this evening. The live stream is losing a bit of energy. I'm trying to keep it up a little bit. My voice is going slightly. 276 of you currently watching. We've almost had 20,000 people check into the stream as well. So, yeah, it's been good. Thank you all for being here. 4 hours in now. So it's a pleasure to have you. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do consider it. This map you can see on the screen is ours. This is the Election Watch hub. So we'll be seeing a lot of this in future. It's not finished at the moment. It's version 1.0. This is the first time I've debuted it on the channel. It's going to become the center of the channel is the idea. I'm going to iterate it as fast as I can. Obviously, I have a job, a real job outside of this. So things go in peaks and troughs really with that in terms of how much I can get done. But yeah, I'm excited to go further with this and to really build. And like I said, I've said if you weren't here earlier, you just joined us. Like I say, do hit subscribe, join the community, because the community is going to be shaping this map basically and shaping this this project that we've got here. So yeah, like I say, get in the live chat, but also once the thanks John Donnelly, pleasure. Thank you for watching. Once the live stream has ended, come back, check back tomorrow or something, and just leave a comment for what you would like to see on this map. Features, things that you would want to click on, things you want to interact with, things you want to see, useful information, all sorts. Obviously, I can't guarantee that every suggestion is going to end up in the end of the thing, but in the end result. But I know you guys will have some really good suggestions. I've already incorporated a few suggestions into the dashboard for the election results. No result yet. We basically know that Labour have won. Burnham has won, but we are waiting for an official declaration. It's not in the balance or anything. We are waiting to see what the margin is. Basically, how much has Burnham won by? How well do Restore do? That really is the question. But Nigel Farage went home allegedly, probably about an hour and a half ago now. So it was over quite a while ago, which would suggest, seeing as there's still no results, if Reform were essentially conceding the defeat that long ago, it would suggest that the gap is quite large to Reform at the top. Right, microphone's just going on mute for a moment. Give me a couple. I'm just gonna soothe my vocal cords for a sec. Thank you for bearing with me. The vocal cords getting a bit sore after 4 hours and 5 minutes, but they are being lubricated with some Monster Energy. So, what are you guys up to tomorrow? What's keeping you up? Assuming you're all in Britain anyway. What's keeping you up at 2:30 in the morning? Or are you all on benefits? Have I got 240 universal credit claimants watching? Get in the chat if you're a UC claimant. Just another hour and a half to go. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I thought maybe it was going to be earlier, but it is looking a bit Steve Bosworth. Yeah, the Makerfield result is an outlier. It's not a vote for Burnham or Labour. It's simply a vote to get Starmer out as quickly as possible. He is despised by everyone. Yeah, I think there is that angle. I do think there is an Andy Burnham effect. Q doesn't start work till later. Sorry, I've got everybody coming out now saying they're not universal credit claimants. Definitely have to justify me. It's fine. Justify yourself to me. Got some Florida watchers, retiree. Very good. I'm on a day off, by the way. I'm not claiming UC either. Insomnia. Yeah, well, that's a good one. Watching from Tennessee as well. Yeah, we had a few Americans watching last time when we did an overnight stream. It's good. Good. Glad to have you with us. You're watching the bizarreness of a UK by-election. It is all a bit funny. Bit of theatre. Well, there wasn't much theatre tonight. I was hoping for some theatre to have some bit of drama to talk about, but it's been pretty straightforward. Unless something's changed. Let's go and have a look. Imagine we looked at it now and it was like Rob Kenyon 50%. No, it's Burnham 99%. So we're very much just waiting for the news to be delivered. Right, gonna hear some clicking and clacking. I'm gonna put some results in while we wait because it saves me a job doing it tomorrow. In the meantime, so yeah, bear with. Like I say, you just hear some clicking and clacking on the keyboard, and I'll keep checking into the live chat as and when. I'm probably rambling about something while I type. Yeah, those I just put in the result for Raleigh and Essex. In fact, let's just put that on the screen. We can look at that while I type the other ones out. Let's go to by-election roundup. Essex. Raleigh West. Here we go. Right, so this is the results in a minute. There we go. So yeah, great result for the Tories. Obviously up 35.4. They're the big wingers. They're the big swingers. Big swingers. The turnout was down 13.1 points on 4 weeks ago. You can see the Conservative gain off of Reform. Reform down from first to third place. Not sure why it's saying they got one vote. They did get more than that. Not sure what's going on there. Let me just inspect. Why is that saying they got one vote? Oh, because it's put a comma in there. That's why. It's done it again. I don't want a comma in there. Thank you very much. Why is it being... Oh, there we go. Right, let's close that and reopen it again, hopefully. There we go. 1,046 for Labour, for Reform, sorry. So yeah, down from first to third. The Tories with a slender majority over the Lib Dems of 6 points. Like I said, they'll be very happy about it. Not sure why it's saying Reform are up. See, there's going to be teething issues with this because it's new. Like I said, it's in its infancy. So why on earth is that saying? It means that the... Oh, I know why. That makes sense. Oh my goodness, that's a large moth. Sitting with the back door open because it was pretty warm in here earlier. And a giant moth has just flown into my face. That's why it's not calculating the vote shares. So let's fix that. Actually. See, this is all like manually input stuff. So it's gonna have there's gonna be errors in here, and until I get a bit more automated stuff going on, it's going to be that way, I'm afraid. But look, it's our own thing, you know. So hopefully now that should show us something sensible. So let's close and open it again. Hopefully now, when we go to the vote share changes, no, give it a moment. It should work in a minute. It is calculating it properly, so I think it should. Okay, well, I'm not sure why that's not working, but anyway, we'll ignore that. Yeah, look, good result for the Tories in Essex anyway. So I'll leave this flashing away at you for a minute because I'm going to put in some of these results, like I said. So I know moths they're just an annoyance, aren't they? Really, and just daft creatures. Yeah, just basically fly into a lamp and never get their way back out again. I think R. John makes a good point. I wouldn't say it was important to have Burnham win, but I do think there's a large chance he gets exposed. But he might not. You know, this is the thing. It's a high stakes gamble, isn't it? He either fails miserably or succeeds brilliantly. I don't think there's any middle ground with this. Burnham is either going to win well. Oh, beg your pardon. Let's bring that back up. He's either going to win very well, or sorry, do very well as PM, or fail disastrously. I don't think there's going to be much of a middle ground on it, but we just have to wait and see. Yeah, the Welsh councils tend to be a bit not all that quick at getting their results up. The Swansea result a few weeks ago wasn't up for ages after the declaration. Just looking at the Conwy, and the Conwy don't seem to put their result up. Results, because it was 2. No, not yet. Yeah, it doesn't look like the Berry one's up there either yet. Oh, hang on, might be here. Oh, there we go. That'll do. Right, let's put that in. Right, it's going to be a bit more click and clacking on the keyboard. Thank you to the 250 odd of you who are still here powering through. While I'm doing this, there's going to be a declaration when I'm not paying attention, and then you can see it coming. You'll all go to bed, and I'll be here just talking to myself while I put in the numbers into a spreadsheet. Right. We can go back to this one and have a look at Berry, I guess. Why is Berry not... Oh, because it wasn't roundup, was it? That's fine. Get rid of that. Because it wasn't a by-election. Berry... I've got to find the ward now, that's the trouble. Could probably do with a ward search function. That's probably not a bad idea for a... There's going to be a red one, isn't it? So there you go. It's going to be one of these. No, that's out of... What the bloody hell is it then? That's Bolton. That's Bolton. Oh, why is it coming up as black then? Don't know. There we go. That's the result in Moorside Bury. For those of you who are interested, this wasn't a by-election. This was a postponed local election from the 7th of May. So yeah, not a by-election per se, but did happen today. Reform are the big winners and saying the big gainers, 31 points up. But Labour hold on with a 278 vote majority, 8 points in it. And in terms of the change, I mean, Labour not really down too much there. The Tories down a lot, look, you see. So a bad result for the Tories in Bury. So look, overall, I'm not going to try and take away their very good night because of this one result. But this is kind of the story of the Tories, certainly at the council level that we've seen in the last few weeks. Just very up and down. You know, great results in Essex, their traditional heartlands. Bury, where look, maybe not their the prime hunting ground, but they did do quite well in some of these Greater Manchester wards, the less urban ones, and look, they've kind of taken a bit of a battering there. So that's not a bad result for Reform there. They were just, what was it, 278 votes behind Labour. Obviously, they had a pretty good showing up in Greater Manchester other than that. Good. Oh my god, this Reform and Restore poll's still going. How many votes? 141. Yeah, that's fair enough. There's only 240 if you've been in there. We're only 100 views away from hitting 20,000. Hopefully they can long out this by-election long enough for us to get another 93 views, and we'll get 20k for the night. That'd be nice. Right, end poll. Reform win it by 10 points. There you are. You got your Reform versus Restore poll. Yeah, I mean that's a stonking result that for the Tories. 50% of the vote. Not even close. I thought based off the fact that it just seemed like it was going to be it seemed like it was going to be a close one, but it very much wasn't. Very much wasn't. There's just not really any news, is there? Not really any news coming out of Makerfield. Everybody kind of knows the response, knows the result. We're just waiting for the actual result. Everything here is 2 hours old or an hour old. So hey ho, we're with it. We're in this for the long haul. I'm staying on until this result comes out. So I'm not throwing in the towel until we know what's happened for sure, for certain. Right, what other by-elections can I do that we've had results from? I've done those two. I just don't think the Wales ones are going to be on there. The Welsh just don't seem all that fussed about putting their results up. Let's have a look. Swansea, like I said, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, whatever it was. Swansea was like, I couldn't get a result for ages on their website. No, it's not on there. No, can't do any more because there's no numbers on there at the moment. Steve Bosworth, regarding the Aberdeen South vote, do you think Ed Miliband and Labour will take note? No. No, I don't think so. I think they're, well, particularly him anyway, very much ideologically wedded to the idea of net zero and the end of fossil fuels. I don't see that result getting him off that at all. No. The Moorside Berry result, Andy Pandy, thank you very much. Moorside Berry result, good for reform, as this ward is quite an ethnic town centre ward. Oh, there you go, it's interesting. Yeah, they came close, didn't they? 200 odd votes behind Labour. So that's not too bad a result then, really. In it for the long haul too. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Stay with me. We're down to 230 people watching now. We've got over 20,000 views though, so that's good. Thank you all for contributing to that. A bit quieter than the May live stream that we did. That got over 100. I can't believe that those two live streams got over 200k views combined. I was blown away by that. I wondered if this one might be as busy just because of the consequences, but I didn't do a very good job of marketing this one, so that's probably on me. Or we might have got drowned out by the channels as well, because there'll be a lot of people looking at this tonight. Whereas I think because it's local elections, like I said, it's unique content, isn't it? That's the selling point of this channel, I think. we cover, well, that map on the screen, basically. A lot of people don't really care about it, but I think it's quite important, and I think it's quite instructive. You see the way the direction's going, the wind's blowing. Like I've said for a while now, I think opinion polls have their place, and they're quite cool. I do my poll of polls, but these are real elections, and they tell us. I think they tell us a lot more than an opinion poll does. So yeah. Stayed gaming. Well, it's 4 o'clock. That's what we heard at the very start. Was it's 4 to 5 a.m. for a declaration. I thought it was going to have been about an hour ago. Because we've been hearing for 2 hours now that Labour have won it, and Nigel Farage has left Makerfield and basically Restore. It's not Restore. Every time I say it, I confuse these names. Reform have said they finished second. So everybody knows the result. We're just kind of waiting for the actual numbers. And the longer it goes on, the more likely it looks that it will be a 4 a.m. declaration. Kelvin Chan says, if Reform lost, I think the biggest reason would be too much focus on Reform versus Restore rather than versus Labour, shifting people's attention from focusing Labour failures to the fight between the right. I think you've got a good point there, Kelvin. I think Reform have made the error of drawing attention to Restore. They should have just ignored them, I think. And like you say, too much about vote splitting, which looks weak. It does look weak. It's what the Tories. It's a very fair rebuttal that the Restore people say. It's like, well, your arguments are just what the Tories said in 2024, and they're absolutely right. And you've got to be consistent, which I try to be consistent, and it's very true. There's no point bleating about splitting the vote, in my opinion, because you've got to get on with it. People are entitled to stand. There's no point bleating on about splitting the vote. The Tories, there's no point in them doing it in 2024. There's no point Reform doing it in 2026 and onwards. Them's the breaks. You've got to deal with it. You've got to win. John thinks the declaration's coming soon. Well, I hope so. I wouldn't mind staying up this late. I mean, I'm having fun anyway with the couple hundred of you that are here, but it would have been nice to have a bit more drama on the night. Do a South Korea Mexico watch along to buy the time. That's a very good idea, actually. Problem is, I'll get involved in the football match and forget that I'm here for the election. What's the score at the moment? I said that'd be a good game. 0-0, nearly half time. Qatar had 2 red cards in the end. 2 red cards and a 6-0 battering. It's not a fun day out for them, was it? Let's have a look. Jonathan David got a hat-trick. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say I think that's a domination, isn't it? 78% possession for Canada, 31 shots, 10 on target. I mean, Qatar, not really known for their football prowess, are they? And with any 8 outfield players, probably had their work cut out. Oh yeah, Burnham's turned up, so you're right. The declaration will be soon. That was 23 minutes ago. Labour sources believe Burnham's got 54% of the vote, which means that Restore have not cost Reform the victory. Burnham's just won it in his own right, if that's true. If that's true. Yeah, that's incredible if he's managed to get 54% of the vote. Clearly, the Burnham effect is very much true, very much real. So Andy Burnham, well, we've known for a little while, but it sounds like it's going to be official very soon. Andy Burnham is going to be your prime minister, your new prime minister. Right, I'm watching the BBC now, listening along, so I won't miss it. Second parliamentary by-election loss for Reform this year. They, having had 2 years of a lot of momentum and the wind in their sails, the wind at their back, I think they have very much come up against the reality of having a large proportion of the country that doesn't want them and is willing to vote tactically to stop it happening. Bear in mind, Nigel Evans, former Conservative minister, said this week that he spoke to a lot of Conservative voters in Makerfield who liked Kemi Badenoch, but they were voting for Labour to stop Reform. And look, this is what Reform are up against. Reform are up against the establishment, and they're also up against Restore now. And look, we'll see how much Restore gets. It sounds like Burnham has won by a large margin, which would make sense because, like I said, we've been talking for the last 2 hours now about a Burnham win, and seeing as counting has been going for 2 hours since then, it makes sense that he's won by a large margin. Therefore, Restore haven't cost Reform the victory. Burnham's won it by himself. So that takes away that angle for Reform in the future. You can't say, well, this is that if Burnham does make a mess of it, make a Horlicks of it, Reform can't say this is on Restore, because it won't be. Yeah, more than I thought he would get as well. I didn't think it would be that high. I mean, it's got to be a bizarre feeling for Keir Starmer. We're all sitting here talking about his successor, as if he already is, as if he's just been elected as the prime minister. I mean, Starmer is just a dead man walking, isn't he? I wonder if Starmer will resign, or if he is actually going to dig his heels in. What do you guys reckon? Madison Hampton, that is a fair point. Yeah, Reform were constantly asked about Restore. That is a fair point, yeah. A few of you saying that if Starmer's going to call a snap election, I don't know. I'm not so sure. He might do, maybe, but I'm not so sure. Well, Kelvin, it's come from a Labour source, so obviously it's not probably, to be honest with you, or in that vicinity. It will be over. I assume it will be over 50% if they're saying 54. I mean, they might know already. You know, things. The count probably wrapped up a little while ago, so they might know already. Or it's a very good estimate. I would imagine it is quite somewhere near there. Yeah. So he's improved on Labour's score from 2024 of about 10%. I think they got 45%, I think, in 2024. So he's gone up. It'll be interesting to see what's happened to Restore's. Oh my goodness, these bloody names. If Reform stay on 35%, or do they improve slightly? Do they decline? But it's fair to say this has been a bad evening for Reform tonight. They'll need to pick themselves up off the canvas after this. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some policy announcements from Reform in the next couple of weeks. Or maybe we won't. I don't know. Maybe they're not going to panic. I mean, they've got no reason to panic in Reform HQ, really. They just need to keep their head down and stay the course. But I wonder if we might, as a reaction to this, see a big policy drop or something to try and get the momentum back. Say teal or navy instead of restore and reform. Yeah, maybe that's the way to go. So we're almost there. I mean, it looks like we're going to be an hour ahead of time. No, nothing to report from X. We are very much just waiting for the numbers. I think basically it sounds like Burnham has got 54%, like we've said. It sounds like that's going to be accurate. So he's done very well. So I think really that everybody's interested now to see how much did Restore get. What did Restore actually do after all of the commotion? Restore people in the chat. What would you be disappointed in? What result percentage terms would you be disappointed in for Restore? We will chat about it for a bit afterwards, not for too long because I know we all want to go to bed, but we'll have a quick chat about the result when we know what the actual numbers are, and then we will call it a night. 4 hours 38 minutes at the moment. 4 hours 39 minutes. We've been going. 20,400 people have watched. Yeah, thanks, Madison. I'm listening to BBC when I talk to you, so I'm tuned in. We'll get the results as they come out. BBC currently talking about Rob Kenyon and his fruity social media past. I don't like it, I have to say. I'm not a fan of it. I just we on one hand say we don't want career politicians and we don't want, you know, these kind of fake personas, and then we jump on the back of people who are, have lived real lives outside of politics, probably never, well, certainly never imagined they'd be standing for office, and we start jumping on them and berating them for past social media posts way before they were getting involved in politics. I just think it's a bit asinine. I get it. I mean, I get it. It's a bit like, what's it like? I suppose it's the modern version of uh, a bit of a naughty picture of you coming out from the past. But the thing is, back in the day, they used to be few and far between. Whereas these days, most people have got something on social media they've posted that they've forgotten about, and it's still out there, and people will find it. These journalists these days are just are like laser guided missiles to this stuff. I mean, they find it so quickly. I mean, look at Rob Kenyon. I mean, he stood in 2024. Bear in mind, obviously, no scrutiny on the Makerfield election in 2024. He also stood as a candidate and is now a councillor in Wigan. And then within 24 hours of him being named as this by-election candidate for reform, all these stories are dropped out there over the course of a week. Death by 1,000 cuts. I don't know. I do understand it, but I think it's going to discourage real people from actually standing. Personally. Yeah, you're right. Madison Starmer's very much in the bunker. He is close to the end now. Yeah, very close to the end. I mean, it's been a zombie government for a long time, and to be honest, it probably is a good thing for the country that this particular government's going to be put out of its misery. Obviously, what follows in its wake is something we'll have to find out, and we'll learn somewhat shortly. Um, it could be more of the same. It could be more of the same. Well, Kelvin, that's a very good point, and I think Burnham, from what I understand, has a lot of very genuine questions to be answering about the rape gang scandal that happened up in the northwest, and you've not heard anything about that, but an awful lot of an awful lot of noise about a plumber's few fruity tweets. Yeah, I think that's so. There you go. It's like it's two tier, isn't it? We say we don't want a political class. We want ordinary people in politics, and then when an ordinary person in politics goes to stand up against somebody from the political class, the working plumber gets one set of treatment, which is to have his texts and tweets and online posts dug up, and the career politician gets a free ride on something very serious that he probably has questions to answer over. So yeah, there you are. Alas. The BBC are sounding rather jubilant, by the way. Um, Oh god, now we've got bleating on BBC about defeating division and hate with something or other. It's just, this is what I mean. It's I find the quality of the debate is so asinine. You know, it's very frustrating, and something I can't be asked to listen to at 3 a.m. To be honest with you. Good point, Steve Bosworth. Yeah, Kelvin, I did mention that earlier. It's interesting, isn't it? They went very, very heavy on the vote reform, get Starmer out in the local elections, and now people have gone like, well, if I vote Burnham, I get Starmer out. If I vote reform, I get more Starmer. Yeah, I think it's interesting that sort of dynamic to this. I wouldn't say it's what's cost them the election, but I think it's been a bit of almost unfortunate timing, I'd say. I mean, we know what the result's going to be in terms of the winner. We're waiting for the numbers, obviously. Let's get into it. So, reform, we know, won Wigan and the rest of Greater Manchester quite comfortably in a lot of places. Certainly in Wigan itself, in those Makerfield itself, in that Wigan council election, they got over 50% of the vote, as we saw earlier looking at this map. So, how does a 50% win a couple of weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, turn into a 50% win for Labour? Well, obviously, parliamentary by-election voting parliamentary voting is very different to local council voting. Of course, it is. But Burnham is a big factor in this. Getting Starmer out is a big factor in this. And the reality was, in this case, Burnham was the expeditious way to get Starmer out. And like I said, voting for reform would have meant more Starmer. I think also the Andy Burnham effect seems to, if he's got over 50%, of the vote, then he has had that Burnham effect on the poll. It sounds like the candidate's going up on the stage now, so it sounds like we'll get the numbers very shortly. But reform, I think, like I said, is a bruising night, and they're going to have to pick themselves up off the canvas here. Depends what happens with Labour, because we could be in for Labour psychodrama if Starmer digs his heels in. If he doesn't go quietly, then there's going to be a proper melodramatic fallout at the top of the Labour Party with Burnham versus Starmer. That could drag on for a little while, and that will give reform a bit of time to recover. I mean, look, like I said, I don't want to blow this out of proportion for reform. It has been a bruising night for them. Anyway, the results coming in now, so let's have a listen. Returning officers just doing her spiel at the moment. $163 votes for the Lib Dems. Don't think they're winning. $95 for Binface. $24,937 for Burnham. $45 for the Monster Raven Loonies. Binface beat them. Reform 15,696, so almost 10,000 less than Labour. $3,111 for Restore. $997 for the Tories, so less than 1,000, but they. So there you have it. Burnham wins by a landslide. Yeah, 9,000 majority. So there you have it. Burnham is the Makerfield MP. He will become your Prime Minister in due course. He's increased the majority from 2024 as well, so it's been a very good result for Burnham. Not a good result for Reform, but obviously they will focus on winning the Greater Manchester by-election for the mayor. Restore got 3,100 votes. I don't know what that is in percentage terms, but not a huge impact on things. Obviously, Reform are a long way short. I think they were the clear third place, which is what we expected them to be. A good result for them. Look, like I said, Restore is a brand new party. They formed in February. It was 7.5%, was it, for Restore? Well, there you go. So, like I said, 6.8%. Okay, fine. 6.8%. So 7%. So I said they thought they'd get 7% as per the polls. The polls are pretty much right on that. I haven't seen the percentages yet. I was trying to figure it out as we were going along, but it was all going too quick, and I can't do that maths at 3 a.m. So let's have a look. Somebody must have posted it here, surely. I know it's a prediction. Yeah, 6.5%, whatever it is a good result. But I'm going to stand by what I said. You don't get to come out claiming you're going to win a seat and then get 6.5% and say it's a good result. I think it is a good result. And if Restore had just said they're coming out there to make a mark and do what we can, then you can have 6.5% as a good result. But it's I don't think it is. If you're going to say you're going to win, you've got to deliver. Maybe I'm being ridiculous. I don't know, but I just think you can't have your cake and eat it, in my opinion. Reform losing by 9,000 votes. Yeah, it's a bruiser. That is a bruiser. Basically, Restore have more or less the same votes as the Tories got in 2024. 55 for Labour, 35 for Reform. So Reform in percentage terms haven't moved. That's what they got in 2024. But to lose by 20 points, yeah, like you say, is that's a bruiser. And yeah, Danny Baker's come back. Fair play to him. He's gone to bed. He's come back and he's admitted he's been humbled. I love that. Can we get a dub in the chat for Danny Baker? We love the humility to come and admit it. No, look, at the end of the day, you put your neck on the line. Dubs in the chat for Danny Baker, absolutely. I think so Burnham's won it by a landslide, really. Reform have to pick themselves up off the canvas here. There's going to be a lot of chat in the next few days about Reform being finished, and they've just got to keep their heads down and get through it. This is the first real hiccup I think that Reform have had, and it's not just this by-election, but what happened in elsewhere tonight as well. And they're only council, like the two Essex ones, they're idiosyncratic. Like I said, it's a local thing. That councillor or the councillors who have stepped down pretty much immediately after getting in has irked voters there, and that's led to what happened. But they've been their voters have deserted them for the Tories in Aberdeen South, possibly tactically, but also possibly permanently. They've been trounced in Makerfield when it was thought to be potentially close. They've lost by 20 points and 9,000 over 9,000 votes. Now, look, they were up against it in the sense that Burnham is a very experienced operator, has been the mayor of Greater Manchester for a very long time, and is popular up there. But they were also winning in Makerfield by 50%, or sorry, no, with 50% of the votes just 4 weeks ago. So to lose by such a large margin, I think is a concern for them. We'll see what the response is like from Reform in the coming days and weeks, won't we? But the second parliamentary by-election this year that Reform have lost, very different circumstances in terms of, what was going on with both of those. So 3 parliamentary by-elections now. Reform have won 1 out of 3, 33%. I think if I were my advice to Restore people, and it's genuine advice from a place of just seriousness. Getting 6.5% in a by-election where you had a massive ground game, okay? I admit that. I saw the video. Allegedly over 1,000 people turned up on Saturday. You had 1,000 people out on the ground and got 3,000 votes. That's not actually that great. So I just think temper your expectations. I know there's a lot of hype online. I know that you're all very excited, but I think this is a little bit of an eye-opener as for how this is very much you're not going to be winning the 2029 general election, let's just say that. You focused all of your attention on you're able to focus all of your attention on this by-election, and you got 6.5% of the vote. You will not be able to make an impact across the country in 3 years' time. I don't think. If you do, fair play, you will be history makers. But that, yeah, it's you got your deposit back in you got your deposit back in Makerfield, which is a very good result for a party of its age. But the same as the caveat I gave for the Great Yarmouth result, is that you can focus all of your resources in one place, which is a caveat you get in a by-election or like you did in May. That's not going to apply if you want to be a national force. So look, I do think Restore should be prompted in polls. That they've been in the news now for 4 weeks straight because of this by-election. They're not going anywhere. I think it would make sense for Restore to be prompted. Let's there's no point hiding from it. I don't really see why, but it's up to the pollsters at the end of the day. I don't know how they determine who gets prompted and not. And the winner, Burnham. Then so Burnham has won very very convincingly. He's coming into the House of Commons to be the new MP for Makerfield, and he's coming in with number 10, his ambition, and he's coming in basically being able to say, look, I've not only just beaten Reform, I've actually trounced them in a constituency where 4 weeks ago they were getting 50% of the vote. I'm the guy, basically, and fair play to him. He can kind of mic drop that. That's his starting place. Now the question is, does it go uphill for him? Is it uphill from here for him and for the country, or is it downhill? And only time will tell. I mean, we will know in the coming days, I'm sure, whether Starmer is actually going to dig in or whether he's going to call it quits and go quietly, basically. And I think if he does, I think there will be a coronation of Burnham. Hector Marbufa, thank you very much for the super chat. If I were Farage, I would ignore Restore seeing today's results. They were a non-issue. The voters to chase are elsewhere, and they are very fickle. I think I agree. Hector. Yeah, absolutely. I think Restore are not going to go anywhere. And actually, I think in many ways, if you are a right-leaning voter, the presence of Restore is good because it will keep Reform honest. It will stop them from going to the left, because if they do, then they will have the same fate as the Conservative Party. But Reform, I think, just now for probably getting on for a year almost, they've just had this kind of feeling that the handbrake's on. Do you know? Sorry, I was supposed to be talking about Labour, but Hector's brought me back to Reform, which is great. Thank you for your super chat. It kind of feels like Reform are just driving with the accelerate with the handbrake on. You know, like they can't get going again. It's been a very strange sort of funk, and I say that 4 weeks after they just had a very very successful local elections campaign again. But I just mean in terms of the real progress towards having a majority in the House of Commons, because in mid 2025 they were looking at getting almost 400 seats with 33% of the vote. Now I've always said they need at least 40%. It's not just a thing about the number of seats, as we've seen with Starmer. It's not just the number of seats, it's the mandate you have with the amount of votes that you get. But a year ago they were looking at 400 seats, maybe even more. Now most of the nowcasts and predictions has them as the largest party, not a majority. So the wind has gone out of their sails, or at least it's slackened, and they've got to find a way to get that back because events could very quickly overtake them. And like I said, the support that's been lent to Reform, not given, lent to Reform, can very very quickly, I think, wither away. I remember saying in the beginning of 2025, before last year's local elections, that Reform needed to in those elections win, because people needed to believe that Reform as a non-established party could actually beat the two main parties, and they did that, and then they had that sort of poll bounce. That sort of fragility hasn't gone away in a year, and it's not going to go away for a long time. So yeah, we'll see how they respond. Like I say, I wouldn't be surprised if we get some policy announcements coming out in the next few weeks. I wouldn't be surprised. What would I be surprised? I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if we got some more announcements of people heading up shadow departments, as Reform have been calling them. But I don't know, maybe they won't do that. But either way, there'll be some sort of response from Reform. There has to be, I think, to this. But I think Reform will be in the trenches for the next few weeks. I think they'll be in the trenches. Anyway, back to Labour and Burnham. So there could be a melodrama now, a psychodrama, sorry, at the top of the Labour Party. It really all comes down to Starmer. If Starmer digs his heels in, then I think things get messy again, like they have done over the last few years. If he doesn't, look, like I said, Burnham's approval ratings have plummeted in the last few days, if the polls are to be believed. So it's not necessarily plain sailing for him, and things could go badly very, very quickly. He might be very lucky. Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg did a video on this just the other day, saying, "Is Andy Burnham a lucky politician?" He might be. He might get very lucky. He might come into government, come into his premiership, just as the Iran war fizzles out and the Strait of Hormuz opens. That's an instant boon to him. Good night, Hector. Thank you so much for your super chats. Much appreciated. Do sleep well. So he might come out into the end of the Iran war and a bit of a boost economically there. He might unemployment's ticked down again today, I think, as well. The Bank of England have held their base rate, so there's just things that might go in his favour that gives him a little bit of a buoyancy. And I think Burnham is much more politically savvy than Starmer is as well. So if there are small wins early on, he'll know how to make the most of them in terms of the PR and the press. He will make the most of that, and so we might see Labour climbing in the polls in the next few weeks, or after he becomes PM. They might be on a little bit of a resurgence, and reform might start slipping back. Who knows? But these are all things to come, and we will cover them on the channel as and when. I think we're going to leave it there because my voice has had it, and obviously with the main events been and gone, we know what's happened now. Andy Burnham is the new Makerfield MP, and he will be almost certainly your new Prime Minister in the coming weeks, or maybe months, depending on what happens with Starmer. So thank you all for watching. 200 of you still just under are here watching. 21,000, almost 22,000 people. Sorry, 21,100 people have tuned in to watch this evening. So thank you very much for your support as always. It was a pleasure to hang out with you again for, well, how long has it been? 5 hours and 10 minutes. Very good. And like I said, please do leave a comment after the live stream's over to let me know what you would like to see on the Election Watch hub that's on your screen now. This is going to grow and evolve over time, I hope. That's my ambition, and I'm very excited for where the channel can go. Danny Baker, you're most welcome for the stream. Thank you for your bold prediction and coming back to accept to admit your humility. Thank you very much. Don Backer, yeah, very good. Predicted 38% reform and 7% restore. Thank you, Madison. Time has gone very fast, Mark. Yeah, I know, 5 hours. Where did it go, thank you all for watching. I will see you. I'll be doing a video tomorrow. Well, no, later today for the by-election roundup. That should be out at 6 o'clock as normal, so assuming things all go well. And yeah, thank you all for watching. Like I say, do get in the comments with ideas and stuff for this Election Watch hub. And with that, guys, do sleep well, get some rest, and we'll do it. Get in the comments tomorrow as well on that by-election video. Thank you for watching.